Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the not quite Stego Monday Cup, but the PiGosaur Monday number 3. I'm of course Josai VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to your weekly dose of more Americas-centric StarCraft, and we are jumping into our first series of the night. We're jumping into our first best of 3, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Berserker Esports. It is Dave Testa. The player, the caster himself, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the CranKy Duckling. We have one of our own. We have the American Terran player, the Blue Terran. It is Dolan. Here we go. It's been a pretty intense day. Fun fact, I was going to bed. I was going to bed. I was getting ready for bed time, papi. And you know what happens? The animals out there, they released the PTR. They released the PTR patch, and as soon as I read it, my mind went wild. It's like I was like it just activated my brain. I could not sleep. I could not sleep. Had a hard time. I've gotten a couple of hours sleep. I think like 3 to 4 hours. We're okay. We're okay, man. We're okay. We got 3 to 4 hours sleep. Now we're here. Now we're back, and we're ready to cast some StarCraft. When it comes to the overall patch, there's definitely a lot to go over, and of course we will be going over it during the podcast, of course. On top of that, the new map pool was released as well, so there's a lot to go over there. Exciting times, and there's a lot to discuss, a lot to delve into, at least when it comes to the eventual future patch. For now, though, we can focus on our match. We can focus on our best of 3 here again. For those that are curious, this was the Stego Monday Cup, but this tournament has had a bit of an identity crisis, from Orsasaurus Cup to Stego Monday Cup, now to the PiGosaur Cup instead, or the PiGosaur Monday. Basically, Pig has stepped up and is helping to sponsor the tournament. So he has stepped up, is helping provide for the prize pool. As a result, the tournament name is now named after Pig as well, Pig and Stegosaurus. So both of the sponsors are going to be showcased in the team name. Does that mean that the team name might change in the future? Possible. It could happen again. Could happen once again. Aye. Now that we are going to be settling in, Reaper gets across the map, gets a probe kill. Very interesting Sim City in the main base. Isn't really going to be protecting the main itself or the Reaper cliff either, so Sim City's a little bit lackluster. Reaper does get out, gets 1 probe kill, gets a full scout so far. Is going to be somewhat of an economic opener. We do have a shield battery already on the way for Dave Testa. Meanwhile, across the map, Dolan just opening up into his CC, into his follow-up factory. So it was CC first, or Rax Expand, out of Dolan into his own factory, settling into this game, focusing on our players a little bit here. Dave Testa, alongside some of the other casters like often Steadfast and Pig, they do often play in tournaments before casting, events like ESL Open Cup Americas, or I guess now the Stego Monday or the PiGosaur Cup. So really cool to see that they are competing, and soon to be casting thereafter as well. Actually haven't casted Dave Testa in like 6 months or something. I think last time I casted him, it was I think it was like a viewer redeemed replay from a long time ago. And Dave is a very cheesy player, historically very cheesy, very aggressive. I'm curious to see what he has in store for Dolan. We'll see if he can bring something different to the table here against the Danger Dolan himself. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. We'll go over it after this series. There's a lot to go over, a lot of potential matches as well, and potential rematches more importantly. So I'm very excited to be covering our boy, to cover Dolan, and we'll see how far he can go. Here in TVP, he's going BC. He's going for the Fusion Core. Dolan having some fun here. Oh my god, opening a 1-1-1 Hellion Banshee into BC is wild in this matchup. And I mean, Dolan is spreading his wings. He's, you know, having a bit of fun here. We'll see if he can get away with it. Likewise, we'll see if Dave can keep up. For now, he's setting up defensively back at home. Of course, shield battery was already done quite long ago. Gateway on the low ground, 2 gates on the high ground, 3-gate blink out of Dave. Very safe opener here, but Dolan, he's just going past it. Oh, he doesn't care. Just going past the Stalkers. Overcharge gets off. Overcharge will not help the probes. And the probes are lining up. So many workers going down. Critical damage here. 10 probe kills. Oh my god. And the Hellions, are they done? No, they slip into the main base. They just barely do slip in. They get an extra volley off. Again, 3 volleys to kill a probe. 11 kills in total at the cost of all those Hellions. You may be thinking, well, I mean, a lot of Hellions did go down. On the one hand, yes, but at the same time, Hellions that don't really scale well into a longer game. They are designed to trade against these workers, so 11 probe kills is still a better start for Dolan. And back at home, he's getting into mech. Cyclone production has begun. BC production has begun. Now, what I will say, though, is that because Dolan threw away all of his Hellions, he actually doesn't have an army. He does not have an army, and Dave is counter-attacking. Dave has potential to bust into the main base and to wreak havoc. What is there to defend? There's 1 Marine patrolling, there's 1 Banshee, there's no Cloak. Dave has potential here, but the Cyclones have arrived, or 2 Cyclones out the natural. The 2 Cyclones are here. Stalkers, they apply some pressure. They can break down the front door, going for the CC. Blink is done, but no high ground vision. I would have liked to have seen Dave potentially dive into the main, but the Observer just now arrives. Observer has just now made it. BC forced to reveal herself defensively even. And Dave is still on 2 bases. Ooh, very late 3rd base here for Dave. So his economy is going to be lackluster. He responds with a Stargate after seeing the initial BC. I kind of understand why. I mean, again, BCs can be quite mobile, and I see the temptation of going to like Void Rays as a response or something like that. But against a battle mech composition like this, I do prefer a Mass Stalker. Just throwing down like, I don't know, 2-3 more gateways, Forger +1, 3rd base as well, and working towards, you know, 6 Gateblink Stalker, for example. But for now, Dave is going to try to switch things up here and tech into Skytoss instead. We'll see if he does go for the Void Rays. Meanwhile, Dolan, he expands, does establish his 3rd base. 3rd CC getting up and running. See in the chat, is this a PTR version? No. I did see that Stegosaurus is tempted for maybe next week to host the event on the PTR. So Stegosaurus is tempted, definitely. But I don't know if he's going to go through with it. We'll see what happens next week. I mean, in general, I'm sure there are going to be some events. I mean, there's actually a really good reason to hold events on the PTR just for, like, again, research purposes. I say research just to, like, figure out what works, what doesn't work, like, adapt as well, and provide feedback, bearing in mind it is still a PTR patch, which means it is subject to change. So, I do think there is a lot of value in hosting events on the PTR to give feedback, to you know, see if things are broken and things if are not quite working as intended. But for now, focusing on the match. Focusing on the match, here we see Dave trying to go into Tempest production. Meanwhile, Double BC moves out across the map. Yamato has been researched. Disruptor moving forward, never goes off. Up! Oh, it doesn't quite connect. Barely out of range. BC's a depower the Forge. Ooh. Yeah, Forge gets depowered. Stalker's a recall to the natural. Probes are going down. Here come those Yamatos. Do catch 2 Stalkers. I mean, Tempest, I guess, can kind of be an answer to this, but again, there's not that many BCs to begin with. Tempest is revealed. BCs they teleport away. I mean, technically, Skytoss would be good against mech, like, once we get into a higher, greater army, but, again, because of the late 3rd base, Dave says they can't really afford this. You can see the disparity here in the supply. Dave, he's kind of broke. He can't really afford double Stargate Tempest production. He's also going to be skipping Warpins as well because of this. And Dolan is going to be the first to max. Didn't they already say the next KSR was going to be on it? Oh, did they say that? I wasn't aware. There you go. There you go. But yeah, tempting. Do we host our next tournaments on it as well? It's definitely something we're going to have to discuss internally. Do we host our tournaments on the PTR? I mean, it does sound wild. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. I mean, I think it'll be entertaining. True. Would be entertaining. as more Tempests are amassing. I don't know if the players would enjoy it too much. If every weekly turns into a PTR weekly, is what I'm referring to. Like every weekly tournament, like KSRS, like the Wardy TV, R1s, the Stego Mondays. Do we make that decision together as tournament organizers, or are we like, or do we have a bastion of hope out there? Oh god. As Dolan's maxed. Dolan's maxed out, he's pushing out across the map. Never goes off, doesn't quite connect. And yeah, from here, Dave just doesn't really have much of an army to work with. Even some Thors mixed in as well. And Dolan, he breaks through the third base, gets the Yamatos off. So Tempest have to back the hell off. One Tempest goes down. And yeah, there's just not much to work with. Again, Dave, his third base was insanely late, so he just fell behind economically, fell behind in macro. And trying to rush into Tempest like this was an interesting move, but alas, didn't really have any kind of sustain for this army. Massive Thor shots going up, and Dolan does break through. GG gets called, and Dolan takes game number 1. GG. Dolan flexes something you don't often see, but mech against Protoss. Again, it was a bold move out of Dolan, but as we saw, I mean, again, it's not something you often face off against when you are Protoss, so coming up with a response on the fly can be quite difficult as well, trying to come up with the best like kind of response and best counter to that sort of thing. Again, I do think that Dave was thinking maybe a little bit too far ahead there, without just really having a solid economy to actually maintain that kind of army, that kind of composition. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. It was also a really rough start, if you remember. A lot of probes went down early on to the Hellion dive, and Dave wasn't able to counterattack, wasn't able to punish the fact that Dolan had so little to work with back at home. There was potential. There was potential for Dave to bust into the natural, bust into the main base, and try to punish Dolan. Remember, Dolan only has 1 Marine. He only had 1 Marine and 1 Banshee to defend without Cloak, but Dave was a little bit more passive in that counterattack and wasn't quite able to achieve too much. With that, GG. GG, well played. Now jumping into game number 2. Last shield battery overcharge caught on camera. Yo, the energy overcharge proposed change is so interesting. I do think there are a lot of problems, definitely. I can see where there can be some benefits. Honestly, I feel like I was trying to think about it earlier. I think like one of the big changes for it is going to be things like PvP, things like Stargate openers and Oracle openers and Proxy Oracle as well. I was hearing murmurings as well that technically you can use the new shield battery, the new proposed shield battery, if you open Oracle, to actually get full energy on the Oracle first before moving out to harass, which sounds crazy. That's wild. But yeah, there's like a lot of little things like that, which is really interesting to think about and theorize. But for now, we're settling in. We're settling in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta. We have the American Protoss player. Usually a caster, but now a player representing Berserker Esports. It is Dave Testa. Going for the proxy. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Terran player, the blue Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Dolan. Here we go. As it looks like Dave is setting up for, I would imagine, proxy Stargates. We'll see as the gateway is on the way back at home. Pylon has been placed, and we'll see what kind of all-in Dave does attempt, what kind of proxy he does embrace. Probe has arrived. It'll be fun to watch for sure. Yeah, for sure. For sure. As Cybercore is now on the way. Is Dave really gonna wait for the... No shot. So a bit of a delayed setup here from Dave. It looks like he's waiting for the Cybercore before throwing down the Stargate, so this is kind of an inefficient variation of the proxy. I'm assuming again it's going to be a Stargate. Usually you would be throwing down shield batteries ahead of time, you know, to make use of the pylon to set up, and while you get into your Stargate eventually. Cybercore is done. And the Stargate is thrown down, but it's again quite late. Probe gets targeted down, and Dolan, oh, he does already scout this. The Reaper has arrived. Behind this, we have the reactor for marine production. Dolan did open up double gas, which means faster factory, which means faster cyclone production as well. And we'll see if Dave can actually get this proxy going. Zeld is rolling across the map. Second probe has arrived. And things are looking a little bit bleak here. I mean, the Zealot can help buy some time, true. Meanwhile, it is going to be a faster tech lab on the factory, going for the tank first. That should be to get... I mean, the tank, I believe, is going to be within range of the pylon. Oh, the supply... No shot. Dave, he was supplyable for a moment there. Did lose his probe. Thankfully, he does break Dave free from the supply block by losing the probe. Intentional. Kappa. Void Ray is on the way. If that probe hadn't gone down, I think that would have been game, to be honest, then and there. Here we go. Dolan is getting in position. Tank has arrived, and it is barely within range of the pylon. Oof. Thankfully, second pylon behind that. Pylon goes down. Void Ray activates Pulsar Beam. Prismatic alignment on the tank. The tank does fall, but at the cost of the Void Ray. And Dolan, he cleans this up. Gets on top of the Stargates. Back at home, there's not really much to work with. Robo's on the way. And after the Stargate gets depowered, there should be nothing stopping Dolan from moving out. Like, he should be able to just depower this Stargate, move that across the map, and there's actually nothing at home to defend. There's going to be one Stalker back at home. Ay, ay, ay. And Dolan, he's going to pull the trigger. He's moving out. Behind this, throwing down his CC on location, salvaging the bunker. And we'll see if Dave can pull off a last moment defense here. Sure, he has a shield battery. Sure, true. But no overcharge, only one Stalker, no sentries, no force fields. So the move out can't really be delayed by too much. Even a couple of boys being pulled as well. Just for good measure. And from here, Dolan, he can just stutter step up the ramp. Focus down the Stalker, even landing the Vikings. Just for that extra DPS. Cancel the expansion. And is all that Dolan needed. Just deny the base. Oh, and there's no more force fields. Sentry gonna go down. The Immortal's exposed. No backup shield batteries. Yeah, they're not done yet. The Immortal does barely get away, but the boys are being pulled, running into Marines. Man with gun. Just annihilates the middle line. 22 probes going down. Davis down to 5 workers, down to 1 base. We have a Dark Shrine. We have a Dark Shrine on the way. Okay, sure, why not? Unfortunately, it's still a ways off. It's still a ways off from finishing up. GG, well played, and Dolan will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Dolan will claim the series. Shout out to Dave Testa though for again competing, for taking part. Do appreciate it here. Again, there are plenty of players that sign up for these tournaments that are not quite at the pro level, but they take part regardless to go up against these GMs, to try to take some maps, or to even play against some of their favorite players as well. So really do appreciate it. GG, well played. With that, Dolan will advance on into the next round. Again, Dolan did come in as the favorite player, and now we can have a moment here to take a look at the bracket. Here we go. As we switch our scenes over, and we already have some updates. Ooh, we have some walkovers actually. Okay, so from the top we have Dark. Dark, he is the #1 seed of the tournament. He is at the very top of the bracket, soon to go up against Nero. Nero gets a walkover over Apple Juice. Dark still waiting for his first opponent though in the round of 32. Scrolling down, we have Lunacy. Lunacy, the Green Protoss player, up against... Let me just quickly double check this. Is up against Arrow Cool. Okay, Arrow Cool. In the first round, winner goes up against Foxer, as it looks like Foxer may have gotten a walkover as well over Tatagiba. They're all looking to get mid-series. I'm honestly really excited for Lunacy versus Foxer. Like, there is potential there for an upset. I could see Foxer taking it. I could see Lunacy taking it. I think it's going to be a very close TVP, so best of luck to those two players. Scrolling down, we have Estrella. We have Estrella up against Milo. Mute up against J Money. Estrella is going to be favored to make a deep run in the tournament. We'll see if he can reprise his role in the semis or even the grand finals. Scrolling down, we have Geralt. Geralt going to be up against Boanan in a PvP. That's going to be a very short series. Boanan known for cannon rushing. Geralt's more of a standard player. I do favor Geralt, but we have actually seen Boanan pop off and take down these bigger names in the past. Best of luck. So the potential Estrella versus Geralt quarterfinals match is there. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we have Bjorn against Mighty Johnson in the round of 32 when it goes up against Elizadis or Bomioja. We have Dolan waiting for the winner of Pig and Duck. We have Shin takes down Hyper 1-2-0, waiting for the winner of Inexorable and Soita. Meanwhile, we have Lemon walkover. Unfortunately, it looks like Lemon did not show up, and there was a walkover on the lower half of the bracket. And in the end, Indigo does advance on. I'm waiting for the winner of Rebellion and Zesty. So a lot of matches currently ongoing, and we have our next series kind of lined up for us. You know, we're going to be waiting here for Dolan. Dolan is waiting for the winner of Pig and Duck. I believe they are mid-series. We're more than happy to wait as well. We'll wait for that series to wrap up, then follow that series into Dolan. Last week, we casted Dolan versus Pig, and there was a crazy upset. Pig took down Dolan 2-1 with a very interesting style. Again, I'm not really familiar with Pig's style, but a very safe play, game after game after game. Pig, he played Roach into Infestor, very defensive play, and he would rush into Broodlords, into Broodlord Infestor, which is crazy, and yeah, it was working out really well against the more aggressive style of Dolan. Dolan, now that he's experienced kind of Pig's playstyle, I'm curious how Dolan will adapt and how he will change, if at all. We'll see. We shall see. As Dolan has a little bit of time here to ruminate and to wait for that next match. But yeah, we have our round of 32. We got Dark, we got Foxer, Lunacy, Geralt, Estrella, Shin, Rebellion, Bjorn as well. Really cool to see. And yeah, we'll be soon able to embrace that next series. Just catching up. But yeah, interesting to hear that apparently the KSRC are going to be hosting the next tournaments on the PTR. I'll keep my eyes open to see if the other Open Cups follow suit. And again, we have to discuss internally as well if we want to do that or not. Yeah, I still think there's probably value in doing it. We have the power to do so as well, so it's tempting. Again, for testing purposes, I mean. Especially considering that the reality is not a lot of people actually use the PTR. I know that it's there and it's publicly available, but the reality is that there's not too much reason to actually, you know, dive into it and engage. Like, I'm referring to the pro players. So, giving them a reason to do so is maybe a good thing. Maybe. For now, though, I guess we're going on a short break. Again, Pig is mid-series. I think they're in Game 2. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have our next matchup. Until then, take this moment, get some snacks, get some water, get some food, and we'll be back soon with our second series of the night. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the delayed start. I apologize for the extended break, but we have returned with our second series of the night with the round of 16. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the CranKy Duckling himself, the Red Terran player from the Americas. It is Dolan. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Australian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Pigpan. It is Pig. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on how you think this series will unfold. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat with those predictions, as they're about to close in a couple of moments here. And we are settling into our rematch. I mentioned before that we did cast Pig versus Dolan last week. They did face off in the previous edition of the PiGosaur Monday Cup. And it went all the way to the ace match. In the end, Pig did get one over on Dolan. If you recall, it was the ace match was on Alcyone, where Dolan was playing mech. As Dolan moved out with his own with his BCs, as he did go for a BC opener with Hellions. Pig counterattacked with Roaches, crippled the economy, and snowballed out of control from there. Dolan was unable to recover, and Pig was able to flex a very interesting style. We saw all three games, Pig open Roach, Pig play very defensively, going Roach into Infestor, and just kind of biding his time and building up into and rushing into Broodlord tech. It was just really defensive play out of Pig, rushing into Broods and kind of punishing the greed or punishing the aggressive nature of Dolan. So I'm curious if Dolan takes a different approach. I'm curious if he doubles down and if he tries to be that much more aggressive to punish Pig and to try to break him before he gets into something like Broodlords, or if Dolan plays more passively, more defensively, and engages in a longer later game. We'll see. We shall see. But now SCV Scout moves out across the map, does get eyes on the would-be hatchery. So we are going to be settling in. Beam production has begun. We are going to be just droning up and settling down. It's a little bit too early to really indicate anything too crazy going on. We also saw in the last series that they played, most games Dolan did open up 2 racks. He did open up 2 racks Reaper more often than not, but now he is going for a much more standard 1-1 opener instead. Okay, so Dolan already changing things up here. Gets 1 drone kill across the map. Ooh, nice pick off out of Dolan and a brutal loss for Pig. That should not have happened. So already Dolan flexing his control, flexing his micro. Reaper gets low, but Dolan does escape, and Dolan does come out ahead in the early game. Gets the 1 drone. Pig is contained on 2 bases. Now, if I remember correctly, Pig does intentionally stay on 2 bases a little bit longer. There we go. 3rd base now being taken. Reaper is trying to keep up. Will get here to scout, but not to deny. The 3rd base has been placed behind this. Dolan going for the 1-1-1, going for his starport. And looks to be Hellion Banshee. This looks like a standard game. Okay, I mean, kind of. I should also mention as well, there's a delayed third. Delayed third CC by Dolan going for the fastest starport, so this is actually much more aggressive. This can turn into a Hellbat Banshee push, this can turn into a Hellion Cyclone, it can embrace mech. There's a lot of ways that this can kind of go here, but regardless, hyper aggression from Dolan. As he does delay his third. There's the add-on sold for Banshee production. No fusion core. Hellions are amassing as well. Oh, never mind. I mean, he does go for the add-on swap, but that is going to be a Liberator opener, not Banshee. Okay, interesting. Nice cheeky move here out of Dolan. If the Overlord comes in for a scout, then, I mean, Pig is going to get mixed scouting information, and it is going to be Hellbats. Okay, so it's going to be Hellbats, not with Banshee, but Hellbats alongside Liberator. Now, there is an Overlord here on the right-hand side of the natural to go in for a scout. Likewise, links towards the left-hand side as well to scout any kind of sky move-out. But it's going to take a while for the Overlord to really get any vision, any information. Pig is in the dark. Pig is in the dark. Now, we have seen Pig open Roach more often than not, so we'll see if he throws down a Roach Warren. If he goes Ling Queen, then I am very concerned for Pig. So far, I'm massing up some safety Lings. No Roach Warren yet. Droning up. 3rd CC is now on the way for Dolan, is going to be expanding behind this, and there is no Roach Warren. There is no Roach Warren. Pig is going for a lair. He looks like he's playing Ling Bane, which means these Hellbats, they have potential. They have a lot of potential for damage, plus on vehicle weapons on the way. Looks like it's going to be mech for Dolan. Yeah, there's the second factory. Hellbats are morphing in, and Pig, what does he have to defend? He has 6 queens and a handful of Lings. Oh boy, it's going to be a tough hold for Pig. Yeah, he has to evacuate at the 3rd. Hellbats take it on top of the Spore. Spore goes down at the same time. A Liberator into the main. It gets a Queen. Uh-oh. Queen goes down. These Hellbats, they will eventually be cleaned up. They do manage to get on top of the Queens. Lings to engage. Lings, they get cleaned up. Hellbat's going to be forced back. At the same time, Liberator repositions. No droning here. No saturation in the main base. Liberator's going to be cleaned up. Pig, he will defend. But overall, Dolan, how many Lings did he quite get here? He got 19. Okay, 19 Lings, 6 Hellbats. That could have been worse. He didn't actually get many Queens. I think only one Queen went down. Yeah, only one Queen. So a nice defense here by Pig. But Dolan isn't done. Behind this, getting into Thor production. Again, as you mentioned, it is mech. He's going for a Thor drop. This isn't quite the Quanta style of Thor drop, unfortunately. But we'll see how Dolan does bring this around. Going for Thors, going for Medivacs. Meanwhile, Pig happens to be going into Mutas. Oh, that's a little bit awkward here. Pig rushing into Mutas while Thor production is well underway. Dolan getting ready for his own third expansion. And again, Pig isn't fully aware of what's going on. He has yet to scout the main base. Yet to even recognize whether or not it is mech. Third base is not being taken. Here comes the initial Thor drop. This is coinciding with +1. Oof. And again, no roaches. No roaches to defend. Only Ling Queen. Roach Warren now being thrown down, but it's too little too late. The army is here. Pig, he needs time. Or he needed an earlier Roach Warren, needed an earlier scout to realize what was happening. And here comes Dolan. He's waddling in. Alien still on the way as well. Ling's trying to come in for a surround. I mean, Banelings, if they can morph in. But there are plenty of Hellbats. They have Blue Flame as well. Lings are denied. The Thors are held up by the Spore. But Hellbats are getting to the mineral line. The Queens are holding their own. But the Thors, they get on top of the Queens. And it doesn't take much to bring down a Queen. And the third base is forfeit. The base is going to fall. Pig may be able to hold on to his natural though. He's massing up more Lings. He can defend. Will lose the expansion. And he can't make use of the Spire either. Spire is done, but I mean, Mutas won't help here. There we go. Now 7 Mutas are on the way after Dolan's moving away. After he backs off, Lings, they hit the third. Not bad. SCVs are going down. 6 SCV kills. Now, what's most important is that Dolan did not scout the main. He does not know that Mutas are coming. He still has both the Thors, true. He has Medivacs and Boost, so he can defend against the Mutas, but it will catch him off guard. As the main base, the natural, and the third are all exposed. It's going to be on Dolan trying to keep up with those Thors. Mutas are moving out. It's going to be how many Mutas? It's going to be 10 Mutas for Pig. 10 Mutas, that is more than enough to one-shot SCVs. Ooh, as Pig moves out with the Mutas, Hellbats, they do get eyes on the 4th base. And they will force a cancel. Expansion is denied. Mutas, they dive into the main. Thor's not in position. SCVs are going to go down. So good damage here by Pig. Gets 5, he gets 7 SCV kills. 8 SCVs. Thor's going to be boosting in. He has to be very careful not to stack. Oh my god. Speaking of, 3 Mutas go down. At the same time, Hellions, Liberator into natural. Hellions towards a third. There are some Banelings in position, somewhat. And they will connect. They try to. Up! Oh my god. Not the best connections. 20 drones going down at the same time. 21 SCVs. Yeah, both players losing a lot of workers. Mineral lines are on fire. No! Late reaction here. So many drones going down. 26 workers. 28! 28 drones falling. Dolan does defend. Dolan still maintains an economic lead. Worker counts are similar, but Dolan has mules. And he cleans up every single muta. Oh my god. The mutas, they get left behind. They get cleaned up. And now Dolan can push out. And he's got so many tanks. Again, the mutas, their goal was to keep the army busy, but they've all been brought down. And what does Pig have left to defend? He has 2 Lings, 2 Banelings, and soon to be 12 Roaches. Against this many tanks, it's going to be a tough hold for Pig. Once again, this base, it's going to be forfeit. Does have a couple of Ravagers. But the tanks have arrived. Dolan sieging forward. Hatchery will fall. And just a much more assertive, much more aggressive mech style this time out of Dolan. Just constantly in the face of Pig. A massive tank volleys going off. Roaches go down. Ravagers go down. Hey, Dolan, he's upset about last week. He's like, I overextended the last time. Not this time. GG gets called. And Dolan takes game number 1. GG. Dolan does take the first game. And we'll see if Pig can bounce back here. Again, I mentioned before that Dolan, he had a very different approach last week. He was going for 2-racks Marine openers very often into 2-1-1s. Pig, well, for the note, was able to deflect and defend with his roaches, of course, in these longer standard games. But here, Dolan mixing it up, going for initially Hellbats into a Thor drop into a tank push. So a lot of layers here to the aggression of Dolan, and again, just not giving Pig any room to breathe. Pig had some potential with the mutas. He did do a lot of damage. Remember, it was, what, 25 SCV kills, but at the same time, Pig also lost 26 drones. So even though he was doing a lot of economic damage with the mutas, didn't matter in the end, because Dolan was doing as much, if not more damage, with the Liberator Hellion aggression. So Pig just had a hard time defending at the same time as attacking, was kind of pulled apart. His attention was pulled apart, and Dolan snowballed from there. GG, well played. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. We'll see if Pig can bring it back, if he can force the ace match, or if Dolan advances on into the next round. Boy, we shall see. As we have our lobby. Game 2 is going to be on Oceanborn. Okay. Going to be loading into Oceanborn. A smaller map compared to Side Delta. Third base exposed as well. I'm curious if Dolan is going to go mech again. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but at the same time, I don't think it's necessarily the best choice to go for the same strategy 2 games in a row. Likewise, I'm not too fond of the idea of Pig going into mutas again either. So we'll see what our players have in store for us this time. Here we go. Kind of winding it back, the big thing for Pig, I do feel like, is lack of scouting. Whether it was an Overlord scout or an Overseer scout, there was no vision in the main base, so Pig, he was never fully aware of what's happening. I do think that's a big reason as to why the Roach Warren was delayed, or was late, is because he didn't realize how committed his opponent was being. I mean, even without an Overlord or an Overseer, like a Ling scout as well, to get eyes on the amount of Hellions, on the mech transition as well, would have given Pig forewarning to get ready. We'll see. We'll see how things do change here in game 2. Just getting ready for our players. Waiting for them to set up. Waddles like the ducks. Exactly. Ah, they're waddling in, Bathy. Looks like our players, they just needed a moment. Now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, it looks like the rest of the bracket is slowly progressing. We have definitely a lot to go into. But we have our second game. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings, leading the series 1-0. It is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Australian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Pigpan. It is Pig. And Dolan once again not going for the low ground 2-racks. Okay, again, that was an opener that he had gone for very often the last time they faced. We have seen Dolan embrace as well, but clearly Dolan has other plans. Racks on the high ground going for a much more standard opener. Likewise, Pig back at home going hatch gas pool. Okay. Things so far looking normal, looking as they should. Hatch gas pull from the Zerg. Dolan opening up Rax Expand. And we'll see if Dolan once again goes for a 1-1-1 into a Hellbat push, or if he goes for a faster third TC into a macro build. Dolan did also attempt at BCs last time they played, so that's also an option. Is also on the table. SCV Scouts moving out. And Dolan is opening up Reaper. Let's go for that Reaper opener. So far so good. Likewise, last game, Pig, he did attempt to play into Lingbane Muta. And was punished for it though. Again, thankfully, Dolan had gone for like a double Thor follow-up as well, which was crazy. And I'm sure definitely something that Pig wasn't expecting. Wild, man. As the Reaper's moving out, Factory is going to be on the way. Again, everything's still looking as it should. Pig in the midst of taking his third. I still feel like this skin on the drones looks really weird. It looks like they're like furry. Like it's... I don't know what it is, but the texture, it's just... off-putting to me. As Reaper gets into the natural, gets a couple of shots off. This time does not get a drone kill. Important to point out. The Dolan did get one drone at the start of the game in game 1. Doesn't get a worker here in game 2. Not this time. Oh. That's a dive. So far, Pig keeping up. And once again, we have confirmation. 1-1-1. Delayed third TC for Dolan. This is the same opener so far that he went for in game 1. Now, as a reminder, last game Dolan did add on swap, but he went Liberator, not Banshee, which did actually do quite a lot of damage. Reaper goes down. Dolan does overextend, and is punished for it. So good pick off there by Pig. Now, something also as well that I'm curious if Dolan is also keeping in the back of his mind as well, is that even though Dolan did go for like a fake out and tried to hide his build, Pig never scouted with the Overlord. This time though he will. Yeah, the Overlord is in position. Pig going for a much earlier Roach Warren. Jesus, 330 Roach Warren timing. Far sooner, the Overlord dives in, and Pig confirms. Now, what I will say against Roaches early on in the game, I do actually like Banshees. Banshees, I think, is a really good start for Dolan. We'll be able to deflect any kind of Roach aggression. Oh, and did I say Banshee? I mean, it is a Banshee opener, but we are going into BCs behind this. Bold move by Dolan. He does not research Cloak, does go for the Fusion Core instead. Now, I'm getting deja vu. Especially because the Russia's by ground is quite short on this map. If you recall, the last time we had this kind of game state, as BCs moved out, Roaches moved in. Pig, he was able to counterattack, he was able to deflect the BCs with his queens, and get critical damage across the map instead. So I'm a little bit concerned for Dolan. Meanwhile, Hellions, they do get across the map, they catch a couple of tumors, going for the mineral line. Drones, they do end up throwing down the Evo Chamber. Nice wall off there from Pig. Instead, Hellions, they hit the natural. Evo Chamber not in time. No, the drones! The Roaches are not out. Not yet. The workers do body block, but that's going to be 8 drones going down already. 10 drone kills. And Dolan isn't done. Oh no! Drones, they were left idle. 14, 15 drone kills. The Roaches are revealed. They do clean up the Hellions. That was still an insane amount of damage. Barely not getting a final drone towards the end, but 15 drones do fall. And on top of that, even though we have a Roach counterattack on the way, Dolan has Banshees and BCs to defend. Oh, actually, never mind. Banshee harassing across the map, getting more economic damage. I mean, this is good. But what about the Roaches? What about the Roaches? Is Dolan ready for this? Roaches are waddling across the map. Back at him to defend. There's one Marine. There's just the one Marine. BC is almost done. Roaches have arrived. Banshee is racing back home. Boys are being pulled to repair. Pig can target down some of the SCVs. Go gets 1, 2, 3, 4 SCV kills. But it looks like Dolan is bought enough time. Looks like he has barely bought enough time. The Banshee has arrived. Depot is saved. Cyclones make it BC as well, and Dolan holds. And Dolan, he holds on, cleans up the roaches. Now, at least Pig is now aware of the BC. True. Doesn't matter. We'll see. Dolan, he does target fire as many drones as possible. Gets 3 extra workers. 3 more drones. Ooh, doesn't get the queen. Another drone. 4 drone kills. Potentially the Overlord as well. There's no transfuse. No transfuse in the main. The queens, they were off of creep. 4 drones, gets an Overlord. Queen's not quite in position, getting another Overlord as well. And behind this, Dolan once again embracing mech. Just more Hellions, more tanks. And there's not really much to counterattack Pig. He's stuck redroning, stuck resaturating. And even though you can look at the worker counts and be like, oh, Pig is on 67 workers, I mean, that's only because he's been spending all of his larva redroning and resaturating. He has no tech, he has no army, double lever chamber just now being thrown down, gas is just now being taken as well, so tech-wise, Pig is behind. Pig is behind, and when behind, Spire. Pig is going for mutas. I mean, I say mutas. The Spire is honestly quite necessary. For all he knows, there are more BCs on the way, so he needs Corruptors. He does need Corruptors to defend, to survive. So the Spire is necessary. Behind this, taking up into Hive. The Lever Chamber, double upgrades. But Pig has a lot of catching up to do. Overseer does confirm. Let's go. Does get eyes on the production. But Dolan, I mean, he's looking very secure here. The Mule Hammer was brutal at the 3rd. 4 CCs on the way. BC's moving out once again, this time with Yamato. And the Spire is not close to finishing. I mean, still needs more time. How many queens? Ooh, only 7? Really, only 5 queens? Because the Yamatos, they're going to delete 2 queens immediately. So the queen count is quite low. BCs have arrived. And Yamato's going up. 2 queens go down. But I say 2, they're going for another. Spore does fall as well. Yeah, they're mining at the 4th. They get a 3rd queen. 3 queens, 2 drones, another Overlord. No mining whatsoever. Remember, Dolan, he can always recall back home, or he can always teleport, I should say. Pig setting up a counterattack. Back at home, there's a tank line. Some of the tanks are unsieged. Ooh, that's a kill on the 4th. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. So 4th hatchery goes down. Pig going for the BC, but again, it does teleport away in time. Dolan getting the most out of that final battle cruiser as well. Getting 6 drone kills, 7 drone kills before teleporting back home. Meanwhile, Roach Ravager hits the front lines, but there are tanks and Cyclones. File does connect on the Banshee. SCVs are going down. This is going to be a trade though. 10 SCV kills for these roaches. Dolan still has the supply lead. Oh my god, Jesus. The mule hammer once again. Like 7, 8 mules. And the problem here is that Dolan's about to max. He will soon max out, and once he does, he can move out across the map, and it's gonna be quite a hold here if Pig can somehow survive the move out. I mean, there's a chance where he can maybe catch the tanks on siege, true. You can catch them on siege if he can get a good blinding cloud. There is a Viper on the way. If Dolan miscontrols, there's definitely opportunities here for Pig. Last up, Dolan is going to commit. Again, he's at 200 supply. Dolan does commit in. Only 2 Ravagers. There's a 3rd Ravager coming in. True. Vipers gathering energy. They have potential. The Vikings going for the Vipers. Uh-oh. Miles do connect. Dolan just takes him to the face. We do see a big Roach counterattack, but the BCs, they teleport back home. Pig attempting the base trade, but the BCs, they will clean this up eventually. Dolan pushing in. Losing a lot of SCVs. Oh my god, massive tank blows going off. Dolan slowly gaining more ground. That's a lot of Ravagers on the way. Miles, they are buying time. Getting a Cyclone. Getting another... Oh, not quite getting the tank. Getting on top of another expansion. And Pig setting up to try to catch reinforcements coming in for a surround. Does attempt to flank the army. Decent Blinding Cloud. But there are so many tanks. Oh my god. This tank line is brutal. And the first line of tanks is being cleaned up. That is true. But reinforcements are on the way. Viking lands. More tank bullies. And behind this, Dolan is remaxing with Cyclone. Pig, he will chase down the last remaining tanks. Not bad. The last 3 tanks are going to go down. Nice pickups. Pig up to 70 workers. Likewise, his economy is actually holding on. And Piggy saved the base. My apologies. I just assumed it went down. But no, Piggy saves the hatchery just barely. And Dolan has to back off and rebuild. So Piggy has some breathing room. He's still resaturating and redroning, still retaking bases. Pig is licking his wounds. Meanwhile, Dolan's still focusing on building up his army. He's got 2-2. More Vikings on the way to help deal with the Vipers. Taking another expansion. He's floating over. Pig, he survived. I wasn't sure he was... I mean, I didn't think he was going to be able to save the 3rd, but he has. Saves the 3rd expansion. And is getting ready for another counterattack. The planetary is exposed. Likewise, Dolan is undersaturated. He's long distance mining, so I don't think he realized how many SCVs he lost earlier. And Dolan hasn't actually been replacing the SCVs. Ooh. So Dolan's staying on a very low worker count. Going for a super maxed army instead. Basically, Dolan is playing a little bit more committed, a little bit more all in. Here come the Roaches. Dolan out of position. Roach Ravager can knock down the planetary. The planetary is going to go down. Dolan trying to keep up. Clouds this time they don't quite connect. He is getting on top of those Cyclones. Tanks are late to siege. Once they do, Piggy has to disengage. Viper. Good. Doesn't get punished. Gets away. And nice power bombs. Vikings going to be going down. Ooh, they do sack. But again, because of the lack of economy, because Dolan is only on 57 SCVs and he has still not been making workers, he can take this. He can slowly chip away at the army. I mean, Piggy has to take it slow. He has to take it very slow and just pick off a couple units here and there. Knock down the backup 5th base. And avoid the main fight for as long as he can. Pig can bring it back. Viper's full of energy. They weren't quite punished earlier. Big Blinding Clouds. First line of tanks go down. Pushing into the tanks like this, so this I'm not so sure about. Massive tank full. Oh my god. This was not the fight. This was not it. Pig here overextends. We mentioned it. Pig, he had to avoid the main fight. He lost everything. Oh no. He aped in, papi. Up a ramp into all these tanks. Crazy. Pig is remaxing on Roach, but he lost all of his Ravagers. Yeah, base is going to go down. Top right should go down as well. Here come the Roach reinforcements. Oof. Pushing into tank fire. Now the Vipers did survive. They're regathering energy. Again, I feel like these Vipers should have been sniped earlier, but again, they're still gaining more value. Oh, do we Yamato? Not quite. There's a first abduction. Gets one tank, gets a second. Vikings, they take down the expansion. They're waddling in. Likewise, no Yamato. BC goes down. The tanks are exposed. Where's the support? Where are the Hellions? The Hellions are Cyclones. I can't remember. Dolan's still on a low SCV count. Vikings are coming in. I feel like Dolan has to pull away. There are Lings in production. But Hellions might have made it just in time. Dolan rotating towards the left-hand side. Ravager timing in. More tanks have arrived. Jesus, that's a brutal tank line. Blinded Clouds, they do help, but there's still just so many more tanks behind this. Corruptors go down, and BC survive. And it looks like Dolan has done it. He's breaking through. This time there will not be an ace match. It crushes the main army for a second time. Pig, sure, he has some bases, but no longer the economic advantage. Ooh, he lost his Roach Warren, which had to... Oh, never mind. Rebuilt the Roach Warren. Just in case. Dolan pushing towards the fringe bases. Lings once again trading well. Getting 3 tanks. But Dolan gets the base. Dolan gets the expansion. Hatchery goes down. GG, well played, and Dolan will take this series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Dolan will take the series. Again, Dolan taking a very different approach compared to previously. Clearly, after the last time they played, Dolan, he was like, okay, now time to take things seriously. Now the gloves are off. You know what that means? He wants to win. He wants to play mech, Pappy. Oh, good. GG, well played. Pig had his own moments in this game, though. Game 1 was more one-sided. Game 2, Pig definitely was able to cripple the economy. If you recall, Dolan was playing very committed, very all-in. He had a very low SCV count. Because of that, he never really had a bank. He had a hard time like, remaxing whenever he would lose a fight as well, or whenever he would bleed out units. But everything swung in favor of Dolan when Pig overextended. I'm referring to the big fight that went Dolan's way when Pig pushed up the ramp in the center of the map. I don't really know what prompted Pig to do so. I mean, some of the tanks were unsieged. True, they were unsieged. So, as a Zerg player, it's very tempting. When you see a line of unsieged tanks, it's like, oh, let's go. I can take this. It's like, Pappy, they don't need to siege. You know, they could just hold their own. And on top of that, there were like, I want to say 4 siege tanks behind them. So it was a bit of a bait in a way. Pig, he fell for the bait, overextended, lost everything, and then he lost a little momentum. That's when Pig lost his 5th and 6th base on the right-hand side. That's when he lost all of his expansions, and when Dolan kind of secured himself from there. GG. GG, well played. Dolan does take it. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Hyper1, for the bits. Gracias, Papi, gracias. Thank you so much for the bits. We do appreciate the support. Do appreciate it. And we are getting ready here for our next series. Into our next series, it's going to be Dolan up against Björn in a TVT. Also, thank you so much for the gifted sub for Slow Joe. Gracias, Papi, gracias. Thank you, thank you. Do appreciate it. Drone said you left too long in the fridge. Oh no, not like this. Not wrong. Feels drones, man. But yes, we are entering the quarterfinals. Here we go. And Dolan has done well for himself, but now he's up against the number 2 seed of the tournament. Again, Dark is number 1, Björn is number 2. So Björn, he is primed and poised to make it to the finals. We'll see if anyone can stop him. I mean, there are some big names in the bracket that can definitely contest against Bjorn, and we may as well go over the bracket itself. May as well. Heading on over from the top, we have some updates. We have Dark. Dark takes down Neuro 2-0, advancing on to the upper quarterfinals. Meanwhile, we just got an update. Lunacy took down Foxer. Lunacy is now playing against Dark on the Korean server in a ZVP. Best of luck to Lunacy. Scrolling down, we have the PvP between Estrella and Geralt. Geralt did drop a map to Boanan, so shout out to the Cannon Rusher. Boanan did take a map, but Geralt will take it in the end, now facing off against Estrella in the quarterfinals in that PvP. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Bjorn. Bjorn takes down Solicitus 2-0. Bjorn is now up against Dolan, and Shin is up against Rebellion in the lower quarterfinals as well. Basically, the entirety of the round of 16 has concluded. Has wrapped up. So the quarterfinals are now underway. And again, we're going to be focusing our attention here on the lower quarterfinals and lower semifinals. It's going to be Dolan versus Bjorn. The winner goes up against the winner of Shin and Rebellion. Shin is the heavy favorite, so we'll see if Bjorn and Shin, if their rematch can be denied. They have been going very much so back and forth in recent times. Bjorn and Shin are the most active Korean, Terran, and Zerg players in the online tournament scene. So yeah, we'll see if they have another rematch or if they are denied that. But now it looks like our players need some time. Looks like our players, they need a moment to get their vetoes underway. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have that TVT. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of the PiGosaur Monday number 3. We've made it to the quarterfinals. We have our TVT, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkiona, we have one of the big favorites to win the entire tournament, the highest rated Terran player in the bracket for Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings. He just looked down Pig. Now he's up against the Bjorn. Can he bring it back? Can he cause an upset? It is Dolan. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on how you think this series will unfold. Dolan does have some killer TVT. That is true. Dolan has some amazing TVT that he has been able to flex before in EPT, the ESL Pro Tour. But Bjorn is still going to be the heavy favorites here. We'll see if Dolan can cause that upset. We'll see if he can bring down the Bjorn. Oh boy. Best of luck, Pappy. Best of luck. Here we go. Again, as I mentioned before, the quarterfinals are all currently underway, so the entirety of the round 16 has concluded, and we're going to be following this quarterfinals match into the lower semis. That is the current plan, at least for the channel, is to follow the lower half of the bracket into eventually the grand finals. That is the plan. But now, though, we're settling in. It's going to be double gas opener out of Dolan, likewise double gas out of Bjorn as well. Going into faster factories, into delayed CCs. Here we go. Here we go. So from here we can, head into additional Reaper Hellion production, into Cyclones, into Widow Mines. There's a lot of potential where double gas openers can kind of lead us in TVT. We'll see what direction our players do take us in. Beyond, he's scouting, looking for a proxy, looking for any stray Raxes. Likewise, Dolan doing something similar, also checking the triangular third base, but not moving out with the first Reaper. Again, you don't know if your opponent is going into reacted Reaper production or will catch you off guard. So both players playing it safe. And so far, both players mirroring each other. Cyclones are in production, Reapers as well. We do see Bjorn, he delays his add-on going for a faster starport. Meanwhile, Dolan delays his starport going for the faster add-on. So now our players are deviating in some way. Slight deviation so far. Reapers hit the natural. They do delay the CC. Not bad. Dolan not quite in position. Who was ready in the main. So nice pick off here by Bjorn. We'll get a slight lead when it comes to the natural base timing. And the Reapers, they get the hell out of here. You can see Dolan trying to hunt them down. He is looking for the Reapers, but doesn't quite find them. Bjorn gets away. Does get away. Following this up, Bjorn getting ready for that Cyclone drop. Remember, it was a faster starport into faster medevac into a Cyclone drop. Bjorn looking to flex his speed, as he often does. Again, Bjorn a very fast player. Looking to move out, looking to try to out-multitask his opponents. Here comes that medevac. Bjorn also has control of the Zelnaga, so he makes sure that Dolan does not see this coming. And Dolan instead is set up in between the bases. So he does have an army to defend. He can, of course, react and respond to the main or the natural. We'll see if he can in time. As he has a tank for the natural base, and Marine Cyclone into the main. So a nice split here for Dolan. Splits up his army, is in position. Bjorn does boost in. Boost into the main base, but again, Dolan is ready for this. Oh, I say that. Bjorn does unload, gets a Marine. Gets one, gets two, the juggling. Oh! Saves one of the Cyclones. Saves both. Both Cyclones are saved just barely, both deep in the red, but very efficient trade here out of Bjorn. He does kill 4 Marines. 4 Marines, 1 SCV, and doesn't lose a single unit. That's what matters. Bjorn gets away, we'll be able to repair. To race back and repair. Meanwhile, Bjorn going for his 3rd CC in his main. Likewise, so is Dolan. We're calming things down. What's important here, even though Bjorn has gotten some more value and gotten more damage, that is true. That is all true. Of course, Dolan hasn't taken any economic losses. Just Marines. Just Marines and 1 SCV, so some acceptable damage here for Dolan. As scan gets placed, gets eyes on the 3rd CC timing. Ooh, meanwhile, Dolan going for concussive shell. Interesting. I'm curious if Dolan is going to be canceling that upgrade and going for... Yep, he does cancel his playing mech. Okay, it's going to be mech out of Dolan. Does feign bio. Tries to fake it out. Meanwhile, of course, Bjorn going bio tank. Dolan bleeding out his Reapers. Cyclone Job into the main. And this Cyclone Job isn't just designed to get damage, but also to scout. Does confirm the ranks, but it was repositioned. Medevac goes down. Nice cleanup here out of Dolan. But Beyond may have seen enough to tip him off. As there's that second factory. Now, the way this dynamic works, of course, is that Beyond will have the more mobile army, can potentially counterattack and try to pull Dolan apart. Likewise, it's going to be on Beyond to gain map control and take faster expansions and get a greater economy. We'll see if he can. Dolan fanning out his Marines. Getting in position for his third. Likewise, so is Beyond. His third base is now done. Yet to land on location. Dolan going to be the first to expand by a couple of seconds. By too much. Mech versus Beyond will not go well. We have seen Ryung defeat Beyond with Mech, but Ryung, he has a much more kind of late game oriented style. The way that Ryung approaches it, because Beyond is so active and hyper aggressive in TVT, the downside is that if Beyond doesn't get damage done with his drop play, then he can fall behind. Then he can fall behind, and then the defending player can snowball out of control. That's kind of what Ryung is best at, but we'll see if Dolan can do the same, right? We'll see if Dolan can, you know, imitate Ryung here in that defense and, you know, maintain himself, minimize losses. As Beyond is moving out. Also, arguably, Ryung has the best TVT in the world, so what's that? It's also quite a standard to set. As Beyond is being active, rotating around. Dolan does have some spotted Marines, that is true, but he won't have much time to react. Scans across the map, Beyond looking for a way in. Doesn't quite commit. Kyoromaru has the best TVT. Maybe right now. Maybe. I know that Maru would have agreed that Ryung had better TVT if you were watching WTL. But that was earlier in the year. Of course, the meta changes, the meta shifts. Currently, I don't think I would say Maru or Cure has the best TVT with as much confidence. Don't think I would say that. Flip it out. Beyond just getting map control, knocking down those rocks. So far, Beyond hasn't found a way in yet. Oh my god. Dolan breaking out. Sieging up his tanks, trying to lure the army in. Beyond doesn't take the bait. And Beyond does take a much faster fourth. The fourth base is getting saturated. Both armies maxing out. But breaking through this center location is not going to be easy. Tank flow is going off. Dolan gets a tank. Oh, doesn't finish it off. Yeah, a little bit early to unsiege. We'll get the one tank. Oof, Raven goes down. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Dolan, and he is a little bit trigger happy. Threw down a massive amount of disables, wasn't quite worth it. Beyond rotating towards the left. Dolan has no vision on this. Beyond stepping in. He wants the tanks! No! Yeah, Dolan caught on siege. 3 tanks going down. Mass disable as well. And Dolan caught with his pants down. GG gets called and Beyond takes game 1. Whew. GG. A very tense moment there in the center of the map. Again, Dolan did not see where Beyond's army was. He did have a spotted Marine, but spotted it a little bit too late. That is why Dolan was late to siege. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Beyond, he went for the dive. Dolan was not ready. And Beyond takes a lead. takes the lead in the series. Now we're jumping into game number 2. I'm going to be loading into Side Delta. I would say that Side Delta is a worse map for mech. It is a lot more wide open. It is a lot larger, less choke points as well. So I expect Dolan to go for a different approach. Whether it's bio, whether it's even proxy racks, even Bjorn, not afraid to proxy as well. So I imagine we're going to be shifting gears here in game 2. We'll see though. We shall see. When it comes to TVT, actually, the player that impressed me the most at EWC was Oliveira. Oliveira's TVTs were actually really fun to watch. Oliveira's TVT against Bjorn, if you remember, he had a rematch against Bjorn as well, and he also had a TVT against Maru. Oliveira looks so good. He looks so good at EWC. If you didn't watch the matches, I do recommend them. At the time, we were co-streaming here. But here we go, we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Dolan. We go. Again, Bjorn is the heavy favorite to make a deep run in this tournament. Dolan is going to be the underdog here. So far, I mean, he was able to have a comparable army size last game, but it did come down to the positioning in the end. Did try to move out, Bjorn taking full advantage of the slower composition of Dolan, catching him off guard. And we'll see how Dolan changes his approach. This time, double gas once again from Dolan 2 games in a row. Bjorn going for something more economic. Single gas opener into a faster CC on the low ground. So a faster economy here for the for the blue Terran. We'll see how aggressive Dolan plans on being. Does move out. Let's move out across the map. SCV Scouts does get eyes on the faster expansion. Dolan now aware of the more economic start with Bjorn. He knows. How will Dolan approach this? As Dolan opening up Reactored Reaper. Okay. Looks like Dolan's going Reaper Hellion. Much more aggressive start. And Dolan will have potential for damage here. With Reaper Hellion, of course, he can try to bust into the natural, bust into a mineral line, and get some economic damage. Get some SCV kills. We'll see how many he makes and where he stops. Does he go up to 3, up to 5 Reapers, 3 Hellions? How hard does Dolan commit? Making an extra wave. Extra Reapers on the way. Meanwhile, it's going to be on Bjorn to defend. The goal for the eventual move up for Dolan should be to focus on the Cyclone. If he can catch the Cyclone, he can break through. Well, that's easier said than done. As Dolan is getting into 4 Reapers and 2 Hellions so far. Oh, my god. Getting up to 6. 6 Reapers and 3 Hellions, okay. Again, very committed here by Dolan. By the time he moves out, there's going to be 2 Cyclones there, potentially a medevac for some micro potential as well. Now, there is a chance where when Dolan pulls the trigger, when he pushes up the ramp, that these Cyclones, they're going to be in the medevac halfway across the map. There is a chance that that does occur. And that would be maybe the best case scenario for Dolan, because then he can actually get into the mineral line and just, I mean, roast up every single SCV. Dolan does move out, likewise, so will the drop. They might actually pass by each other, which would be a little bit awkward. Medevac loads up. Dolan pushing into the natural, but the medevac actually stays back at home. Uh-oh. Bjorn doesn't move out. As a result, he will be able to defend. Putting Marines here on the low ground. Heavy volleys going up, but here come the Cyclones. Yeah, and Dolan, he was hoping the Cyclones would be across the map instead, or on the map anywhere else. Not at home. Beyond defense. Beyond holds does cost him 4 SCVs. True. But Beyond had the economic advantage anyway. And Dolan is deflected. Yeah, and Dolan, he gambled a little bit here, and I mean, I don't blame him. Beyond having the foresight to defend, despite the fact that Beyond hasn't actually scattered anything. Like, 0 scatting information, just really safe play out of Beyond. It pays off. Does pay off in the end. Dolan racing back, and do you see what I see? That is a second starport. Second starport's on the way. This is actually a little bit old school. I mean, I say that, I mean, it's a quote-unquote newer build when it comes to, like, I guess, the overall arcing history of StarCraft, but it's going to be a 2-base all-in. 2-base, 2-port all-in here from Dolan. Popularized by Special a couple of years ago. The Special build, let's go. This is a different variation. This is going to be incorporating some Ravens, then into Vikings. Cyclones dive in. They scout the second starport. Ay, ay, ay. And Beyond, he sees everything he needs to. Now, typically with a second starport, you go into Mass Viking. And the goal here is to get air control, and then go into a Liberator behind it to take advantage of that air control as well. Now, because Beyond scouted, yeah, Viking production. He's stopping Medivacs, getting into Viking production instead. He could even respond with his own second starport to keep up. So Beyond is all over this. Like, seeing the second starport is a massive tell. And it's going to be all or nothing for Dolan. Beyond building up. Third CC is already done. Dolan has to move out. As he moves out, Medivacs, they move in. Double Cyclone into the natural. SCVs are going down. 5 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. And Beyond just buying so much time. He gets into the mid line once again, getting more SCVs. Not like this. 9 SCV kills and a big delay here on the all-in. Scan confirms the move out as well. And back at home, what does Beyond have? He's got a tank line. He did not go for the second starport of his own, so he's going to be behind when it comes to the Vikings, but not by too much. He's down 1 Viking. Beyond even looking to engage a little bit further out. Dolan hoping to try to catch Beyond off guard. Beyond, he's so quick to siege. Dolan has yet to find an opening. Now, Dolan is making 3 Vikings at a time, and I believe now has a Viking lead. So he can try to make use of that. There we go. Goes for the Mass Disable. Gets a tank. So does Beyond. The tanks are disabled. The Vikings do land. Beyond, he wins out in the Marine fights. Getting on top of the Vikings. It's close, but the disables, they run out. And Beyond, he cleans up the Vikings. Gets on top of the tanks. And he shuts down the all-in. As a reminder, Beyond has a 3rd CC. Dolan does not. There is no 3rd base. Dolan is all-in. And barely does not have enough. Boys are being pulled. Just to be sure. Beyond just amassing more tanks, more Marines. Oof. And the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Dolan now. As the economy is kicking in. And again, it was just really unfortunate that Dolan got scouted. Remember, the second starport was seen by Beyond. On top of that, the move out was delayed by the Cyclone drop. Dolan. Having fun with his Vikings. But Beyond, he collapses in, comes in for a flank. GG gets called, and Beyond will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Bjorn will take it. Shout out to Dolan for having two different strategies, of course. Game 1, Dolan did embrace mech, and was able to have a comparable army size to that of Bjorn. Here in Game 2, Dolan went for a 2-base all-in instead, but he did get scouted. Bjorn, he responded beautifully to it, was able to punish it, delay it, and then shut it down out in the center of the map as well. So really good scouting and just positional play out of Bjorn. GG. GG, well played. Bjorn advances on to the semifinals, and the question becomes, does he have an opponent ready for him? Does he have an opponent? Does he have another match here? Looks like he does. Here we go. So exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. We don't have much time, but I have to quickly set things up because we have the lower semis ready. Oh, and let's see if we can actually have a look at it. Hold on. Interact. Bam. There we go. I should also refresh this as well. There it is. So Shin takes down Rebellion 2-0. Bjorn takes down Dolan 2-0. And now we have our two semifinalists. We have Bjorn versus Shin that's about to take place. Let's go. We have our lower semifinals ready for us. Again, Shin did defeat Bjorn last week. It was a 3-0, if I recall correctly, in a best of 5. So Shin had a very dominant performance. We'll see if Bjorn can get his revenge. Again, I do expect this to be a back and forth, but I expected it last time. I was like, yeah, we should have like a back and forth series. You know, it's going to be close. And then Shin just dominated. It was crazy. But maybe that was just last week. As a reminder, Bjorn this weekend, a couple of days ago, actually did have a bit of a journey in the mountains. Did actually climb a mountain with Creator. He was posting images on Instagram. Bjorn touching mountains. Crazy. Spending some time outside, and with that, I'm sure was able to reflect, was able to become enlightened in some way, and is ready to reapproach Shin. Sure is ready for that rematch. Meanwhile, when it comes to the upper matches, I believe Dark and Lunacy are still mid-series, Estrella and Geralt are still mid-series, so we might have the luxury of casting both semifinals. We're going to be jumping into the lower semis, and if it's fast enough, if the upper matches are delayed, then we might be able to cast both semifinals in the end. We'll see if it lines up. We shall see. Yo, CranKy, what do you think of this patch? We will be having a podcast going over the patch in detail in a couple of days. What day is it today? Today's Tuesday, and we're going to be having a podcast on Thursday. So in 2 days, we're going to be having basically a talk show, a podcast here on the channel, going over all the changes, the map pool as well. Briefly, I kind of skimmed over everything. Again, like the patch was released at like 3 a.m. in the morning. So I was already in bed. Spat. So I skimmed over it. I guess my brief overview currently, I feel like there's a lot of changes and there's a lot to consider. I would imagine that things will change. What I mean by that, especially because this is being sent to the PTR, I do think that some things will be adjusted and maybe reverted. A really massive change, of course, is the fact that they're getting rid of the shield battery. I don't know if they're going to stick to it. I would like them to. I would love it if they make a drastic enough, like that's a massive change. It changes so many matchups and so many dynamics to remove the shield battery and the overcharge and to replace it with the energy overcharge instead. Like it is insane what it does to the Protoss race. Like it changes it so much. And I like the idea of doing something like that to shake up the game that heavily, but I don't know if ESL have the fortitude to withstand the criticism and the backlash to actually hold on to it. I don't know if that's gonna happen. I'll be honest. I don't know if they have it in them to push it through and to push it live to allow players to actually, you know, play with it. We'll see. We'll see. Because obviously, like, there's a lot of problems with it as well. But I like the overall concept. I like the idea of shaking up a race as hard as that. But yeah, there's a lot to theorize with it as well. Like, we were going over like PvP and like Oracle openers and Stargate openers. Because you do typically respond with a shield battery, because the shield battery out heals the DPS of an Oracle. But that won't be a factor, of course. So that's something to consider. Obviously, when it comes to early all-ins as well. And I was also thinking as well, based on the energy overcharge, like the idea of like defensive, like in the mid game, like defensive High Templar with like almost infinite storm sort of thing. Like, I'm curious how much energy regeneration it actually has. That's crazy. A lot of people are thinking of obviously shield batteries, sentries and force fields defensively, but I'm also thinking of like other energy based units. I know that Oracles defending against like Ling run-bys and Ling harassment and Ling aggression would be amazing under the energy overcharge as well. Like, there's just like so much to consider. It's like such a drastic change, and we'll go over it in a couple of days. We'll go over like everything. Until then, though,
game pause.
Ooh, looks like we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything is okay. Potentially wrong map? Question mark? Okay. Okay, never mind. Looks like we are remaking. All good. And we'll soon jump into our semifinals. Change makes Protoss really vulnerable against early all-ins. Yeah, it does. It does. That's what I mean. Like, there's a lot to consider when it comes to removing the shield battery and replacing it with something else. There's a lot there. Here we go. Looks like we are getting into game number 1. It's going to be on Dynasty. Let's go. Oh. And hopefully everything is okay. Welcome to the Black Void. There we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Diamond Gladiators. It is Shin. We go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is to get your Gamba going, because predictions are open. Place your bets on how you think the series will unfold. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat with your predictions, with your Gamba. As we do have a rematch here again. Shin previously did take down Byun 3-0 in a best of 5, but that was a couple of weeks ago. I'm sure Byun wants his revenge. On top of that, we're loading into Dynasty, a very often vetoed map in the map pool. I bring this up all the time when casting Shin. Shin is one of the few Zerg players that very often doesn't veto this map in all matchups. Shin, he embraces Dynasty for good and for bad. I'm not too fond of it, but yeah, Shin, for some reason, he does embrace Alcyon in best of 3s and best of 5s and all these other best of series, and he has mixed success. We very often see all-ins and more aggressive play out of Shin on this map, and that's a little bit more obvious as well. As yeah, we'll see what Shin has in store for us. Like, for example, we have seen Shin all in the hell out of Clem and actually beat Clem on Dynasty. Byun as well with like Roach all-ins and Roach aggression. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards, but we'll see. As Byun is going for the Rax expand into a second Rax behind this, so it is going to be a 2-1-1 setup out of Byun. Going for the gold, and again, this gold base can't really be punished. There's a reason why this map is very often vetoed by Zerg players. It's because the gold base can be quite difficult to actually take advantage of. Meanwhile, Byun moving out, Byun checking the gold base, has not been taken. Oh, no, he finds the drone! But he does find the drone, will delay the third. So far, good pick off here by Byun. Moves out across the map, Shin is going to be stuck on 2 bases, and contained for that much longer. Is going to be contained. Drone moves out to take the third. Will now expand. Going to be a later third base. Shin actually going for the gold. Bold move. Oh, okay. Never mind. He thinks better of it. Going for the standard third base expansion. Shin scouts. He does confirm the 2-1-1. I do like that Shin doesn't go for the gold base. I feel like a 2-1-1 would be like a hard counter and would just kill Shin. It would just pull him apart completely. Defending such a fringe location against a 16 Marine double medevac drop, it would be insane. So Shin goes for the standard base. Likewise, Byun going for his own starport. A straight up 2-1-1 as well. There's no third CC, not yet. So very aggressive here. And we'll see what Byun can get done as he moves out. Meanwhile, Shin trying to stabilize, droning up. Taking his third. And he is aware that he has a period, he has a window where he can drone. Now, what's interesting about this build as well for Byun is it is powered by the gold base, so it is going to hit a little bit harder, I would imagine. I'm curious how it impacts the timing of this build. As Marines are amassing. Getting up to 14 Marines, medevacs are on the way. Stim is almost done, and Byun will soon move out. Meanwhile, Shin, he still has a little bit of time to drone. He is going to be droning up. Saturating his bases. Roach Warren's on the way, so he's going for a Roach defense. Interesting. Not for a +1 carapace. I mean, we have mentioned before, and we even spoke about it at the start of the game, Shin is often one to embrace Roaches in this matchup, on this map specifically on Dynasty. Is a Roach boy. Marines have arrived. Shin bringing his queens together. How many queens? It's going to be 8 queens. And soon to be 40 lings. That should be enough. Byun does stim. For the 4th. Dropping into the main. It's going to be spotted. Shin does rotate. Oh, this choke point is brutal though. And Shin can't fully engage. Trying to lure the army in. So far, Byun being patient. Does unload. Shin goes for the surround. Byun gets away. So far, so good. So far, Shin, he's defending, he's holding, saturating his bases, taking extra gases, embracing Roach production, of course. Likewise, Byun going into his 3rd CC. Marines, they take down the gas geyser. Not a bad pickup. Gas geyser goes down, will delay Roach production. Now the question becomes, is Shin gonna drone? He has gone up to, what, just over 2 base saturation. But he is amassing Roaches. And will Shin stop? Will he stop Roach production or will he commit? Roach speed is on the way. More Roaches in production, but there we go. A handful of drones are on the way as well. So Shin, he's not going for an all-in. He's droning. Shin is droning up. Byun moving out with another double drop. Shin, he finally catches 2 Marines. An okay pickup. 2 Marines go down. Another Marine as well. Shinny's holding his own, but here comes another double drop, and Shin not quite ready for this. Gets an Overlord. Supply blocking Shin. Oh. Shin still supply block, dropping into the main base. The Lings, they will be able to keep up, but the Marines don't actually get too much damage. Oh, the Medivac's getting very low. Bjorn does get away. Shin, for the time being, embracing Roach production. Also on range. He's in production as well. So far, Shin is holding. His goal here, I would imagine, is just to defend, fortify himself, get up to 4 base saturation. 4th base is on the way. Can't quite take the gold, though. And Shin taking it to the infestation pit. With this, he can go for infestors. Or just the hive. He has options. Keeping up with the Marines. So far, so good. Trying to keep up. Meanwhile, Bjorn is actually moving out with the committed move outs. This time, not just Marines, with the tank as well. Yeah, the tanks are moving out. Bjorn pushing towards the 4th. The creep is a little bit lackluster here, especially through the center of the map. Creep is lacking. Shin out of position. Has to respond. The main army is spotted. Shin trying to come in from behind. A lot of creep is denied. And Bjorn doesn't commit. Likewise, not a bad fight for Bjorn either. Up against the wall, he denies us around. Just a really awkward engagement here by Shin. Bjorn just being as efficient as possible. And Shin is about to max out. He's maxing out on Lingbane Roach Ravager. Bailing speed has still just began though, so still a ways off. Bjorn establishing his 4th CC. Now this 4th base is very wide open. It's very vulnerable to something like a Roach all-in or Roach aggression. So Shin's goal is to knock down that 4th. We'll see if he can. Tank line is setting up. Center tower as well. Shin is maxed. The job's still being so annoying here for Shin. Here we go. He's getting ready for his push. Job's still being active. Bearing in mind that Shin has no anti-air. He only has queens. So he has no secure way to deal with these drops. Nice, another expansion. Oh my god, takes down so many Lings as well. And it looks like Shin is going to be actually waiting for his Viper attack. 3 Vipers are on the way. Hive is done. And with the help of Vipers, I mean, this position is that much weaker, of course. Bjorn is going to be the first to move out. Pushing up to creep. Get a lot of choke points here. To avoid this round, instead, Shin going for a Roach counterattack. Takes down the sensor tower. Pushing towards the CC. That's a kill, not a cancel. 400 minerals out of the drain. Not bad. Let's get a pick up. Likewise, Bjorn pushing in. Going for a split push. Forcing a cancel. Vipers have arrived. A bold move. They're going for the tanks. They get one. They get one Lightning Cloud. They get the other as well. And they're going towards the end. A nice clean up here by Shin, but at the same time, Bjorn is going for the mineral line and he will get it. 6 drones go down. 7 drones. Oh my god. Getting up to 17. 17 drones going down. Brutal losses. Oh, and the expansion as well. Ay, ay, ay. And Shin is being torn apart. I mean, you can see just how awkward and how difficult it is for Shin to actually defend against these drops. To maneuver between these bases. Bjorn has the high ground. Whilst they raise the medevac. Oh, does go down. Finally, one medevac falls. And Shin is pretty committed. He's pretty all in. Shin, he's on 66 drones and he's maxed out. So what you see is what you get. Shin doesn't really have much of a bank to work with. But he does have ultras. No kindness plating though. Uh-oh. So no upgrades here for the ultras. But they're pushing in. No armor upgrades. Bailey's, they do get towards the mineral line. And they get a handful of SCVs. Planetary does stand strong. Ultra's trying to push in, but again, the ultras are so fragile. Decent abductions, but it looks like Beyond holds. Yeah, he does hold on, shuts down the ultras. And GG gets called. It's just too much, and Beyond will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Beyond his own economy, his own bases were pretty untouched. He was able to maintain himself, his goal base, his third, his fourth as well. Shin was trying to go for some later timing with Vipers, of course, and eventually Ultras, but he never got into his Ultra upgrades because he was all in. He was just torn apart, losing far too many workers, far too many bases. The drop player of Beyond popped off. On top of that, the map also assisted Beyond as well. Shin just having a very hard time keeping up with the multi-pronged aggression, dipping in between the bases. Between his main, his fourth especially. GG. GG, well played. Beyond does take a lead. And can he take the series as we can now kind of step away? Oh, good. We can now step away from... we can step away from Dynasty and hopefully conclude the series. So a bit of a feels bad, man. Oh, never mind. Let's go. Shout out to the players. Big shout out. Okay, so we were actually left out of the lobby. We were left out of the game, and I was about to cut to a break, not gonna lie. I was about to cut to a break here because we were left out of game 2, but they have remade the lobby, and we're in. Oh, thank God. Thank God. We did make it in. And we're getting into game 2 on Post Youth. God, these maps. Crazy. Here we go. We are loading into Post Youth here as game 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. Unamas, one more is all he needs to make it to the grand finals. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, going for a 15 hatch. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And the last time these two played on this map, Shin rushed into the gold as his natural. Not even as his third, but as his natural base. This time, okay, going for a much more standard base instead. He's a little bit less crazy, calming things down. Going for the in-base natural instead. And we'll see how Shin does approach this. Likewise, Beyond as well. As we are going for the 15 hash. 15-15. Safe opener out of Shin. Meanwhile, Beyond going for a Rax expand. Honestly, it's been a while since I've seen Beyond go 2 Rax Reaper. It's been a month, 2 months. It's been quite some time since Beyond has really embraced that more aggressive style. Has fallen by the wayside, kind of out of meta. Instead, going for something more standard here. As a reminder, last game, Beyond did open up 2-1-1 with the faster drop play with the Marines. I mean, he achieved so much with it, trading so well, whether it's Lings, Roaches, Drones, Overlords. Beyond did pop off. And we'll see how Shin responds. Settling in. Shin going for the third. Reaper moves out. Shin should be able to expand. And we'll see if Beyond can get a worker, can wreak havoc. Shin in position. Reaper does get in though. Slips into the main. Gets a Ling. One Ling goes down. Queen has arrived. Shin will defend. Shin holds. Shin does hold. And this time Beyond is going for a faster factory. So there's no 2-on-1 this time. There's no heavy bio aggression. Instead we have Beyond going for something more economic, going for a third CC before starport. So much more standard play out of Beyond here in game 2. And Beyond actually mixing it up a little bit here, going double Cyclone. Okay, I mean, we saw this last night with Clem. Clem also playing double Cyclone into Hellion. Just a way to be a little bit more assertive early on, hunt down Overlords, threaten the Queens. See what Beyond can get done. Now, as a reminder, Shin did shut this down. If you were here last night, you would have seen Shin defeat Clem in the Warning TV Monday. Shin having a crazy upset. Meanwhile, I assumed it was going to be double Cyclone into Hellion, but no, it's double Cyclone into an add-on swap. Bold move. I mean, these Cyclones, they're very vulnerable, very exposed. As Beyond does find an Overlord. Does it get to the pillar? Up! Up! Does it? Oh my god! Whew. What, 5 HP? One escapes, the other less so. Yeah, the second Overlord is going to go down. I guess the first. Does he scan? No shot. He's thinking about it. He does! He scans! He gets a creep tumor, and he should get the Overlord as well, just barely. And the Overlord goes down as well. Ay, 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 the value scan. 2 Overlords, 2 creep tumors. Beyond back self. Back at home. Of course, remember it was an economic opener, 3rd CC. Beyond will soon get his base up and running. Meanwhile, Shin is trying to stabilize, getting into Roach play. Roach is not quite moving out yet. Taking more defensive stance. And the Roaches are spotted. Beyond pulling back. Let's pull back home, catching another Overlord with the CC. Oh my god. The value of these Cyclones. 3 Overlords. 3 Overlords so far. Pulling back to the bio. Yeah, the Roaches, they don't get any damage whatsoever. 2 more Roaches falling. And Beyond is going to chase this down, punishing Shin's move outs. Yeah, punishing it quite hard. And Shin is in trouble. Racing back, amassing more Roaches. Does have full 3-way saturation, but he needs a 4th. Oh, actually going for the 4th at the gold location. Oh, has to kill his own tumor. Slightly delayed. But the 4th is on the way, and if Shin can get this gold base up and running, then he can, bounce back. He can hold his own. He can overwhelm. But it's easier said than done. The problem here with this gold is it is very exposed. There's high ground right next to it, so brutal tank positionings. Likewise, can be surrounded, attacked from either side. We'll see if Shin can hold. Speaking of Beyond, he has eyes on that gold base. Leads out the first Cyclone. He sims in. Catching so many fresh tumors. And Shinny should have enough to deflect. Does hold. Gets to finally the second Cyclone. Second Cyclone goes down, picking up a stray Marine. Beyond getting into drop play. Safety Infestors are on the way. I do actually like this. If you remember last game, Shinny actually skipped Infestors. But with Fungal Growth, he can try to lock down these medevacs a little bit easier. A little bit sooner. So Shin is just playing a much more safer style this time. Still Roach Ravager, but he's not rushing to Hive anywhere near as quickly. Or into Vipers. Meanwhile, back at home, Piani is looking quite heavily fortified. He's got his tank lines. 4 CCs on the way, moving out with a second double drop, looking very similar to game 1. Here comes the first Fungal! Oh my god, and so many Marines go down. This is what we spoke about. Double drop hits the gold, going for the expansion. Doesn't quite get it. And Shin is keeping up. He's got that one Fungal here in the chamber. Doesn't throw it down. You can see much more decisive defense this time from Shin with those Fungals. But he's still only got 2 Infestors. So not much to work with. From here, Shin can now take a 5th expansion, taking up into a Hive. Now Shin can embrace Ultras. This time with upgrades, I'm sure. And speaking of, there it is, Ultra Caverns on the way. So Shin is playing very similar to last game, except, again, taking extra steps of precaution. Oh, massive Fungal does connect once again! Oh my god! Okay, very nice Fungal from Shin. Pulls away, catching at the bio. Beyond taking his own gold. Shin has maxed out. Does he try and punish this gold base? I mean, Shin, he's still a ways away from Ultra Tech. I mean, he's still has to wait for the upgrades, for Kindness Plating. But he is maxed. He has to do something with this army. He cannot just allow Beyond to max out himself. Does scout. Oh, the balls! Oh my god. Almost. Ah. Appreciate the try there out of Shin. Doesn't quite catch the medevac. Beyond just fortifying himself. More tanks, more CCs, turrets. Turtling up. Does land the Fungal, takes down the medevac. Good cleanup. Now, despite this tank line, I do think the mineral line is a little bit exposed. In saying that, there's no planetary, which means that Beyond can lift. He can save the base. I'm sure very intentional. Shin is looking for another way in. That's what, that's 7 tanks. Jesus. Shin does catch out the medevac, not bad. The medevac goes down. Spire's on the way. Ultra upgrades as well. Shin, his goal here may be not to actually break the 4th, but wait for the 5th. And speaking of 5th base now being taken. To be on Shin to try to punish this. Instead, does go for the gold. Waiting to roll in. CC lifts up. Beyond defense. Leading out to 8 SCVs. I mean, that was a decent run by there from Shin. He was able to get some damage. At least some. 5th base is getting up. Just a wall of CCs on the way. That was a kill, not a cancel. Battery went down. Can Shin break this? Now he does have Vipers. Does have Blinding Clouds. Shin's gonna push in. Gets the one tank for now. Pulls away. Doesn't commit. It's really careful play here out of Shin. I mean, again, he's getting ready for Broodlords. Greater Spire, second Spire's on the way. Double expanding, taking more bases. Spreading creep. And Shin just unable to punish this expansion. That means that Byanni's maxing out. Files they miss. They didn't quite connect. Fogu going for the Medivacs. Ooh. 3 Medivacs go down, not bad. As the Ghosts do get caught out, Link Bane doesn't quite commit either. Well, some decent trades here by Shin. Decent trades overall. Shin able to pick up a tank here and there, Medivacs, Liberators. For a relatively cheap army. Bait Byan here onto creep. So far unable to. Corruptor production has begun. That's 9 Corruptors on the way. And there should be for Broodlords. Now, Byan, he's already got a very high ghost count, so he's already somewhat ready for this. He scans, he confirms the Greater Spire, the second Spire as well. That can prompt more anti-air. I was going to say Vikings, instead Thors. I mean, may as well. Thor production has begun. Byan is getting ready for the Broods. So it's no longer going to be a surprise factor. Byan double expanding. Once again, Shin cannot allow these bases to get up. Tank. Tank barely survives. Decent fungal. Follow up there. There's still 2 fungals left. Broodlord production has begun. Scan reveals the Broodlords. That. Let's push forward. Signs of brutal. 2 Broodlords go down. Better trade for Byan. But here comes the Link Bane. Oh. Shin doesn't pull the trigger. Not until now. Byan bleeding out a good chunk of ghosts, but still not enough. Byan is holding on. Shin, he throws away most of his ground army. Now replacing it with 10 more Corruptors, more Broodlords. And switching hard here into Broodlord Infestor. I would like to see Vikings out of Byan. That's something that we are missing. The Ghost count is being thinned out. And does Shin have enough? Takes down most of the Ghosts, but doesn't gain ground. Byan is holding on. Getting into the Broodlords, nice fungal. But the follow-up isn't there. Byan survives the fungal, pushes forward, snipes going up. And Byan may just have too much. Yeah, the Broodlords are barely not finishing in time. So many of them go down. But they do reinforce with Lings. Ghost getting caught out. Has been overextended. The Ling flood. The Ling reinforcements. Takes out the Thors. Takes out the Ghost. Not bad. A much more efficient trade for Shin, trading minerals, but something that was happening throughout all of that, the snipes. The snipes are going off. Only 2 Broodlords left. How many Broodlords went down? That was 13 Broodlords falling. Oh my god. Melee to snipes. 13 Broodlord kills. Byan did get another base up and running. Byan with a better economy, knocking down another hatchery. And Shin, he needs more time to rebuild. He has to restart his Broodlords from scratch. Another expansion on the way.
A bit of a miss rally here out of Beyond, so not a bad catch. Getting even more ghosts. Oh my god! That's what? 4 ghosts going down. Bit of miscontrol there by Beyond. Shin rebuilding his Broodlord count. Getting up to 13 Broodlords. Shin is still in this. Does have his Broodlord Infestor. Even switching into Ling Hydra. Interesting. Well, as Beyond being very adventurous, losing all of his ghosts. Oh my god! Beyond, what are we doing here? A lot of ghosts going down. Very adventurous. He did get 1 EMP, actually, a couple of EMPs. But that I'm not sure was worth it. Now there are no ghosts. Thors are going down. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3 goes full. Medevac will save 1 at least. And Shinny gets a base. Does get the planetary. Beyond at the same time moving out with a mech-based army. Hellbat tank. Broodlords are racing back home. The ghost count down to 6. Barely any ghosts. So, bit of an odd move there by Beyond. Is going to get surrounded. Tank's going to be cleaned up. Yeah, there's no saving them. Now, Beyond does get the Greater Spire. Not bad. Not a bad pickup. Does get an expansion. Well, that's still, what, 13 Broodlords? And Beyond just may have lost too much. Fester's coming in, going for the fungals. Catches another ghost. And Shinny can just keep pushing. He should keep pushing. Reinforcing with Ling Hydra. Fungal on the Vikings. 4 ghosts left. And again, this is all off the back of Beyond losing all of his ghosts earlier. In a wild move. It was all of his ghosts and 2 Thors. And Shin is just nobly out of control from here, getting onto the planetary. Planetary goes down. 10 SCVs, the mules. Shin playing it safe, backing off for now. Does pull away. Beyond still has a comparable army size, but again, he lost so much ground there. And Shinny rotates to go for the gold. Let's go for the left-hand side. Based under fire, Ghost trying to come in for a flank. Vikings go down. Here come the snipes. They get 1, they get 2. You get 2 Broodlords. Once again, the ghosts are overextending. 2 ghosts go down. We'll see if Beyond can take the fight. Here come the Neurals! And Neurals on the Thors. Shinny holds his own. Forces back the army. Takes down another Thor. Neurals are running out. Oof. A lot of Broodlords actually fall here to those Thors. But it looks like Shin, does he have enough? It's still so close. He's so close to breaking Beyond, but it looks like Beyond he holds. Does barely hold on with those Thors. Shin has to retreat. I believe Shin lost all of his Infestors. Okay, so that's 3. So that's 3 Infestors under this. Now they're being saturated. More Infestors on the way for those Neurals. Takes down the CC. Bjorn does establish a mining base on the right hand side. It's a fresh mining base as well. So economically, Bjorn is still in this. Still in this game. Rotating around. Snipes. Oh! Oh my god, not quite getting another Broodlord. A Swarm Host! That I was not quite expecting. Okay. Swarm Hosts have arrived. Local save going up. But Bjorn does scout it, does spot it. Usually Shin going for the dive. Can he fungal the army? Not quite. Local save comes in. Gets not a single unit. Thors do survive. Again, a low eco situation does make sense here for Shin. Go for something like Swarm Host. Or brutally impedes. Bjorn pushing forward. Local save is almost ready. Another EP connects. Oh my god, no more fungals. No neurals either. And the base goes down. Shin gonna try and collapse in. And it looks like Shin, he will at least threaten the Thors. The Thors are going down just barely. Takes out most of the Thors, but he's pushing into tank range. And Shin overextends. Losing so many Hydras to those tanks. Almost in already. GG gets called. Bjorn, he bounces back. He fights back despite losing all those ghosts. Bjorn, he will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Bjorn, he was able to sneak out another planetary on the right hand side. Bjorn, he still maintained a better economy than Shin, and with that was able to snowball out of control by rebuilding, able to keep up with his own losses. Shin, less so. Shin went for a bold move going into the Swarm Host. There was potential. Unfortunately, despite, I do think that Shin could have taken that fight towards the end if it wasn't for the EMPs. Every single infestor got EMP. There were like, what, 6 infestors, and there was not a single fungal, not a single neural either. There couldn't be because of the EMPs leading up to the fight. And with that, Bjorn did take it. GG. GG, well played. Bjorn gets his revenge. A couple of weeks ago, Shin may have 3-0'd Bjorn, but now Bjorn gets a 2-0 over Shin. GG. GG, well played. Bjorn will advance on to the grand finals where he is waiting for his next opponent. On top of that, one moment here. Un momento. As we are getting things set up. And it looks like we are... Oh, we're heading over to the America server. Uh-oh. I don't want to be left behind. We're heading over to the Americas, and it looks like Australia versus Dark is ongoing in the upper semis. I don't know if they've begun, but we have our 2 upper semi finalists. Australia took down Geralt 2-1. Ooh, and we have a lobby. We have a lobby. We are all jumping in. So the question becomes, who faces off against Bjorn in the finals? Is it going to be Dark or Estrella? Oh, we're getting into game 2. Okay. Here we go. Okay, we are loading into game 2. It's going to be on side Delta, and fun fact, Estrella is leading the series 1-0. Estrella does have a lead. And if Estrella can get past Dark, I'll be honest, Estrella last week did defeat Bjorn as well. So could he even be the favorite player? We're getting ahead of ourselves. We're getting ahead of ourselves. For now, we're jumping into game 2 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, leading the series 1-0, representing himself, currently teamless, it is the American Protoss player, the American Hope, Estrella. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open, place your bets. Of course, we are jumping in mid-series. We are jumping into game 2. Estrella has a lead, but Dark is more than capable of bouncing back and forcing the ace match. At the same time, though, oh my god, we are going for the proxy hatch. Let's go, Poppy, let's go. The drone is moving out across the map, designed to hatch block the natural, and we'll see if Dark commits. I think this is going to be more of an economic opener. I believe it's just going to be the hatch block, and then Dark will expand on the low ground. Speaking of, yeah, the drone does dip in. If Dark was denied the expansion, he would have blocked it across the map. Alas, doesn't need to. Dark will expand. Dark does have enough minerals though, so he's going for both. Going for both. Hatchery is placed. Dark going hatch first with a proxy as well. Let's go. Live team. As boys are being pulled, going to be 4 drones here on the hatchery. I see someone asking if it's live. If our broadcast is ever not live, I mean, our cast is always live, but sometimes we have replay casts. If it's a replay cast, then it is typically stated in the title. So this is a live event. Just as a heads up, this proxy hatch is denied, is cancelled, but again, the goal was to delay the expansion. So Estrella, his economy is delayed. Dark going for the gas steal. Estrella, he does have his probe in position, does take the gas, and does not allow Dark to steal. So nice defense here by Estrella. Dark back at home, getting to his third base, and droning up. Here we go. So we are going to be droning. The Zealot does move out across the map. Again, the Zealot was forced because of the initial proxy. The proxy hatch, I mean the hatch block. And the Dark is forced to invest into all these Lings. Lings are amassing. Hatchery's under fire. Probe comes in to add some DPS to reduce surface area on the Zealot. And Dark, he's going for a Ling counterattack. Oh my god. Doesn't even care. The hatchery might be denied. But what is at home to defend? Nothing. There's one Adept on the way. I mean, Estrella could recall. Gateway gets placed. And does Estrella wall off in time? Oh, the probe. Probe under fire. And does he wall? Oh, he barely does. Whew. Goes down the Cybercore. Recalls back home. Lings, they take down the pylon. They depower and they deny warp gates. But Estrella holds. Estrella does survive. Once again, though, his tech is going to be delayed. And Dark can drone. Dark, he is free to drone from here. The hatchery got very low. Oh, but Dark did arguably overinvest. That is how many Lings? 20. So on the one hand, Dark, he forced back the army and he delayed warp gate. True, he does delay warp gate, he does delay some of the tech. But he invested quite heavily. Lings, they do bust in! Oh my god, Lings, they bust into the natural, they bust into the main base, and they go for the mineral line. Not quite, going for the surround instead. They go for the Adepts. One Adept will fall, so will the other, and the Zealot as well. And Dark, does he snowball from here? Takes on every single unit. There is a Void Rage to defend, but the probes are under fire. Ay. Okay, only 2. 2 probes go down. Could have been so much worse. And from here, Estrella holds. Dark gets supply blocked. Oof, a brutal supply block as well. 2 Overlords on the way. They just started. So on the one hand, the Link Flood did do damage. True, did do some damage. Was able to trade. But Estrella, he's getting a third base. He's probing up. Oracle's moving out. Void Ray's moving out even alongside the Oracle. And Estrella's still in this. Now, that is a Twilight Council before the expansion. So this could be one of 2 things. As the Oracle gets 1 more drone, gets 2 more drones. But this could be the beginning of Glaive Adepts, or this could be Blink. One or the other. I'm leaning towards Glaives, though. I'm leaning towards Glaive Adepts. Both have their own place. Blink is more defensive. It allows Estrella to survive a Roach all-in. Glaives is a way to punish Dark if he skips Roaches. And so far, he's skipping. Lair is on the way. Extra gas geyser. No Roach Warren. Yeah, Glaveadeps is really good in this position. And Dark is in trouble. Now, if Dark delays his Roach Warren and his Baneling Nest any longer, then Glaveadeps could just end the game. This is not designed to end the game. This is a macro opener in a sense. It's designed to get some damage, that is true. Designed to cripple the economy and then get into a third base saturated. But, again, if there's only Lings and Queens to defend, I mean, what can Dark do? Lings are moving out to scouts. Dark, he needs to get a read on what's happening. These 3 Adepts are not enough of a tell, but this is a very nice scout. Dark, he confirms. Okay, he confirms he gets eyes on all the Adepts. He needs Lings. Void Ray goes down. Once again, though, another supply block. That's 6 Overlords. Baneling Nest now being thrown down. And this Baneling Nest, it looks like it's going to be close. I think it will finish up in time. So Dark can morph in Banelings and can hold. And 20 more Lings in production. Adepts are moving out. But again, the scout earlier was crucial for Dark. But the Baneling Nest is not done. Oh, it's barely not done. Adepts sending a shade. Plenty of Lings. 1 Queen goes down. Astray does commit. Ooh, 4 of the Adepts get surrounded. Yeah, not the best shade. Astray is being cleaned up. Astray is being cleaned up. Dark will hold. Banelings are morphing in. Astray will get some economic damage though. It's going to be 6 drones. It's going to be 6 drone kills. Astray, he commits once again into the natural. Oh, he's going to get locked down though. The target firing, 11 drones. 11 drones go down. Ay, ay, ay. And Astray takes the lead. Astray, he's got 67 workers here. To the 60 of Dark. Dark going Ling main Hydra. Going for a Ling counterattack, but Astray is in position. He walls up, he walls off. And Astray, he did do more than enough damage to justify those Glaveadeps. Didn't kill, didn't cripple quite the way that he wanted to, but did do enough. And from here, Astray now transitioning into +1 and Blink. Massing up his Blink Stalkers. And what kind of splash damage does Astray embrace? I mean, he can go into Charge, he can go into Storm, or into Colossus. And it looks like it is going to be Colossus. Second Robo and a Bay are on the way, so it is going to be Colossus production for the Protoss. Straight pushing in. Doesn't quite catch a Queen. Meanwhile, Adepts a shade towards the south. Waiting with Lings, they get surrounded. Likewise, Dark in position here at the 3rd. Astray does manage to catch some workers, but nothing too major. Stasis goes off, gets some Lings. Another Stasis as well. Astray able to maintain this position. Taking a 4th, getting into double Colossus production. And Ling, Bane, Hydra can have a hard time against this kind of army without Vipers. Vipers are going to be necessary here for Dark. And I believe Dark, he does not have an Infestation Pit. But he will delay the expansion. Lings, they get a surround. The base is going to fall. Yeah, there's no saving it. Forces to cancel. Nicely done by Dark. Cancels the 4th. Building up more Ling Hydra. Dark is about to max out. Still taking though, going for the Lurker gen, going for the Infestation Bit into Hive Tech. Adepts a shade into the 4th. But likewise, because the Hive Tech is so delayed, I don't see Dark breaking Estrella anytime soon, which means Estrella is going to be able to keep up supply-wise and build up to 3 Colossus, soon to be Disruptors. I do favor Estrella in a head-on fight. Yeah, Colossus are confirmed. Not quite in position though. Rotating over. Ling's coming in. And the Colossus not coming into play. Going for the surround. A decent engagement, but the stasis traps pop off. They deny the surround. Lings get caught. Stalker's pushing in. Dark, can he hold? Again, he's pushing into 4 Colossus. That's crazy. Hive isn't done. No Vipers. No Vipers, no Lurkers. More Stalkers warping in. Lings get shut down. Now, the only thing missing for Estrella would be sentries. Like, force fields would be ideal in this position to force field the ramp, to cut off the Lingbane army. The Dark can still collapse on this army, and here we go. It comes in from both ends. And Banelings, they crash forward. And they crash into the Stalkers. Decent juggling here by the Colossus, by the Prism. One Colossus goes down, but the other is saved. And yeah, Estrella, he's snowballing out of control. He breaks through the Lingbane. Only Hydras remain, and Hydras, they cannot engage. Not into 3 Colossus. It's not going to happen. The base goes down. The mineral line. And can Estrella take the 2-0? Dark, he does reinforce. He's trying to set up a surround. Saves most of his drones. Does get away. But Estrella, he can just keep going. He can keep pushing. Dark luring Estrella to creep. Getting ready for a flank. Estrella, he backs up. Rotates around. Dark, he has begun Lurker production, well, at least Lurker tech, with those upgrades. And there it is, Lurker production has begun. 7 Lurkers on the way. The Lunkers, man. Dark's almost there. And Estrella's teching. It looks like he realizes he cannot kill Dark. Going for High Templar, Storm, Archons, Immortal production. Estrella backs up. Estrella backs off, he's taking up. Likewise, Dark, he needs time to lick his wounds, to drone. Rebuilding his bases. Still a very tense position here. But I do give the edge to Dark. I feel like Estrella, he had to end the game there. He had to end the game with that push because he didn't. Now suddenly there are Lurkers, and Estrella's not really ready for them yet. He needs a little bit more time to build up more Immortals, more Archons, more Storm. A ground army can overwhelm Lurkers, but it has to be a very specialized army, and Estrella isn't there yet. Now Lurkers are revealed. Estrella now knows. Dark pushing right down mid, in between the bases. Decent revelation. Gets eyes on most of the Lurkers. Both armies are maxed out. Aliens, they're busting into the natural. And they break down the front door. Estrella coming in for the surround, trying to go for Lurkers, but there's just so many Lurkers. Oh! Oh. Who is it? Who is it? No! Oh my god. This is actually a really bad time for someone to lag out. It's like we're in the middle of a fight. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Okay, so while this is happening, Dark, he's getting to the mineral line, Lingbane into the natural. But again, this fight is so important when it comes to the storms, when it comes to the target firing. Yeah, just really unlucky here. Floated into, I think he was casting with Dave. And he will time out.
Again, there are a lot of casters in this lobby. You know, there's Renzo, there's Abe Tessa, there's Enki, Rocklets, Steadfast. Those happen from time to time.
Game paused.
Okay, there's the pause. Ooh, okay, High Templar coming in, show us the storms. New countdown. Ooh, storms, they will connect. Yeah, Stray, he blinks in. A lot of High Templar going down, but so will the lurkers. And it looks like a Stray, he will clean up most of these lurkers. There's the final revelation. Links from behind, brutal storm. And a Stray, he cleans this up. He shuts down the main army. At the same time, though, there's still Lings wreaking havoc in the main. Hydra's towards the third. And Dark is pulling Astray apart. Astray, he may have cleaned up all the lurkers. What about the Lings? What about the Hydras? What about the economy? Our probes are going down. And it's just too much. Yeah, too many losses here. As that is 45 probe kills. Ay, the economy is crippled. And Dark can rebuild. Dark can rebuild. He can remax. Astrea cannot. Astrea's all in. He knows it. He's moving out across the map with what little he has. And Dark is looking to tie up the series. As he moves out, Lings, they hit the third. Going for the fourth as well. Going for a pseudo base trade. Lurkers are getting in position. Clutch Transfuse, saving the lurker. Pulling back. And again, even if Dark loses this base in this middle line, it doesn't matter. Dark, he can afford these losses. You can see him just, yeah, he commits to the base trade. Just rallying across the map. Astrea forced to recall into lurkers, though. Oh my god. And Lings, they punish them. They punish this. Colossus goes down. One Colossus left. Zero Colossus left. And it wasn't really... It was a shame how the game did end with the lagouts, but GG, well played. Dark will tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. We are going to game 3. Again, really unfortunate that the timeout happened when it occurred. I mean, we were able to at least get back into it, and it looked like Astrea and Dark were able to more seamlessly, you know, get into that fight, but was less than ideal. And with that, we have a game 3. We go. We're getting into that ace. It's going to be on Oceanborn as game 3. And honestly, this could go either way. This was a very close game number 2 as well. We saw Astrea wreak havoc with his Glaive Adepts. We saw him, likewise, though, take damage from the Ling counter attack as well. There was, again, a big back and forth there between Dark and Astrea. And we are going the distance. We're going all the way to game 3. Dark is the favored player, but clearly Astrea, he has been improving. I mean, we spoke about that last week when Astrea defeated Byun, when Astrea defeated Shin. Trap as well. Like, Astrea has been doing very well over the past couple of weeks. We've been praising him during the podcast based on his tournament results. And can he do it again? As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Zerg player. The red Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss, the blue Protoss player. It is Astrea. We go. We go once again. Dark moves out with the drone, does hide it. And he is set up to take that triangular third. There we go. He's going for the third base instead. No hatch block. Not this time. No hatch block here from Dark. Astrea will confirm. Does get eyes in the expansion.
And we can settle into a little bit more of a standard setup here. Okay, game 2 was quite chaotic from both sides. Now we're calming this down. Droning up. And we'll see what direction both players take us in. Again, both Estrella and Dark are a little bit more unorthodox in how they approach this matchup. We've seen Dark go for many an all-in and just many a wild timing. It's what Dark is best known for, especially in this matchup. Likewise, Estrella is not the most orthodox of players either when it comes to his builds, does often come up with his own builds, but based on the pylon placement, this should be a Stargate opener into an Oracle into a standard game. Meanwhile, Dark is investing into extra lings. Interesting. Stargate has been placed. Dark making 6 lings, moving out with the first 2. Trying to get some scouting information. Does fan out. Likewise, Adept threatens a shade, but does cancel, doesn't commit. The goal there is to make it look like Estrella moves out with the Adept, does leave his natural open, and try to bait the lings in. But Dark does not take the bait. Pulls back. Dark pulls back home, does defend. And what initial unit do we start with here? As the Stargate does complete, and Estrella going Void Ray first. Very interesting. Now, if you remember last game, Estrella did open up Oracle into Glaive Adepts. Because of that, even though technically Estrella could go for the same build with a Void Ray opener, I doubt he will. The Void Ray will be able to hunt down the Overlords and keep Dark in the dark, but I don't really like the idea of going for the same build 2 games in a row, so the idea of going for a Twilight Council into Glaives, I'm a little bit less fond of. And we can see that there's still no Twilight Council. Never mind. Hello. Very early Twilight Councils, so this looks like the same follow-up from Estrella 2 games in a row so far. Now, this could still be Blink. It could be Blink, and he could be going into a 3-base Blink all-in, or Glaive Adepts. Yeah, here comes the Gateway Explosion. I'm leaning towards Glaives here. The same follow-up from the last game. Bold move out of Estrella. I mean, we'll see if he does go for it. He could still go for Blink. Glaives, Twilight Council is now done. Yeah, Glaives are on the way. So same build. Same build 2 games in a row. Now, the reason why I'm not too fond of this is because Dark is now going to be a lot more wary of it. So Void Ray does get across the map. I mean, a Void Ray opener in the back of Dark's mind, I'm sure, is the fact that it could be Glaives. But that's why it works, right? It's like, what are the chances that your opponent thinks they're going to do the same thing 2 games in a row? There's no shot, right? That's why it works. Hopia. 2 drones go down. It's going to be a lair opener out of Dark. Fast lair here at the 3rd. Lings, they hit the 3rd base as well. They don't really get eyes on too much here. 1 Adept goes down. Estrella will defend. And Estrella has yet to reveal extra Adepts. Not yet. He's banking them up in the main. If you remember last game, Estrella, he actually showed his hand a little bit earlier by revealing his earlier, like, reinforcing Adepts, which let Dark know to throw down a Bailey Nest and to make more Lings. And now Dark, now he knows. He just saw extra Adepts here at the 3rd base. Does have a lot of Lings to work with. Dark does get supply block though. Uh-oh. 4 Overlords on the way. Void Ray goes down. And we'll see how Stray can make use of all these Adepts. Dark going for the Spire. Uh-oh. Wait, did he scout? I mean, I'm pretty sure Dark, he saw the extra Adepts warping in. That should have been a tell, but there's still no Bailey Nest. So it's purely Lings to defend. Now, he can still surround these Adepts. If they trickle in, then they can be punished. Well, that's a lot of Adepts. And the Bailey Nest just now is on the way. It's too late. Bailey Nest is too late. Can Dark minimize losses? How many adepts do we have? 17 adepts against 41 lings. Adepts they reveal themselves. Oh, and has Dark been caught out with his pants down? Does commit to the shade. Lings, they do get a decent surround though. Decent surround by Dark. But Astray, he walls up. And puts his back against the wall. Shades into the main. Once again though, the Lings are somewhat in position. Only somewhat though. 12 drone kills, far too much damage already. And Estrella, he's not done. Once again though, not the best positioning with the shade. Looks like he is cleaned up. Only 12. I mean, Estrella does take an economic lead, and Estrella, more importantly, he scouts the Spire. He scouts the Spire, he's fully aware of what's going on. More adepts, they shade into the third, they deny any kind of mining. Oh, and this position is brutal here. At the natural. Doesn't commit. Pulls away. Forced to recall. And now Dark can counterattack. Now back at home, we already have Phoenix production. Blink is on the way, +1. Astreas just has to pull back to the shield batteries. He's fine. Astrea does defend. Astray, he does have enough to defend, but Astray, he moves out. Uh-oh. Okay. He keeps up. Keeps up with the Lings. Does make it back home in time. Changeling, Wardling in for scouts. Muta production has begun. Bearing in mind, though, that there are... Yeah, there we go. I was going to say there are Phoenixes, so Dark, he cancels the mutas. He has to. Just in a really rough position. Still investing into +1 range. Now trying to transition into Hydras instead. But that was a big investment for Dark. And Astrea may just be snowballing out of control. He may have just done too much damage with the Adepts. Remember, he killed, what, 12 drones? Traded against Lings, denied any kind of mining here at the third. Here comes the army. Lings coming first round, but here come more Stalkers. And more Stalkers, they come in to reinforce. One Stalker goes down. Colossus production has begun. And the pressure is on Dark here. He's down in supply, and once Astrea builds up a critical mass of Colossus, I don't see Dark holding. I mean, it's going to be a very tough hold for Dark. Lurker Gen is on the way, and Lurkers would be a way to hold and survive, but I believe Astrea should hit first. We'll see. Looks like Astrea is taking into Storm and Archons, so if Astrea delays his push, then Dark could stabilize. It's possible. Could stabilize. As you can see, Astrea, he's staying at home. He's not moving out. He could have moved out with like a third and fourth Colossus, but instead he's defending back at home. He's walling up, cannons, shield batteries on the way. Because Astrea is playing defensively, he's giving Dark the time he needs to take up into Lurkers. And there it is, 11 Lurkers are morphing in. Hive is about to finish up as well. Astrea is giving Dark time, and Dark, he can recover. He can stabilize. There definitely was a window where Astrea could have killed Dark, but alas, the window has come and gone. Lurkers have arrived, and this could still go either way. Still go either way. Someone in the chat asking, how do I play on the patch? Just like with all patches, there is a public test realm. It is a separate, not a separate client, kind of like a separate client. Basically, on your Blizzard app, on your VNet app, under the StarCraft tab, there is an option to download the public test realm. So you have to download basically a second version of the game. It has its own ladder, its own server. to play on the BTR. Have Dark again, stabilizing, maxing out, building out more lurkers, building out more lings. Again, Astrea, he had Dark up against the ropes, but again, because Astrea decided to turtle instead and defend, Dark has been able to rebuild, re-drone, getting another base, maxing out, Hive Tech fully underway, and Astrea, he's embracing the late game by taking into Sky Toss. Oh my god. So we're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna strap yourselves in. Now Astrea, he does have some of the best late game PvZ in the world. Astrea, he's very well practiced here in this kind of late game army control. He's not there yet, but he's getting there with the eventual Sky Toss. So even though on the one hand, Astrea could have tried to have ended the game earlier, I do feel like he should still be feeling quite confident getting into this game state. We'll see. Shall see. As Dark is amassing infestors, vipers, walling up with a wall of spore crawlers as well. So now again the game is going to slow down. Dark walling up, taking into Spire, +3 air attack is on the way, Adrenal, soon to be Corrupted production. Astrea has yet to take into, or to really embrace Skytoss yet. He does have more Stargates on the way, but Astrea's maxed, so he has to slowly trade his army. He has to bleed out gateway units, which are not really easy to throw away without losing too much at once. But he has to trade them out and replace them with Skytoss. And of course, carriers take a long time to build, Tempest as well. It's not going to be easy for Astrea to refine his army, but he has to start. He can't be stuck with this ground army, not like this. So now he's holding his own, he's building up a bank. Again, he does need to spend it. Alright, taking a storm to the face. Goes off. Dark slowly gaining ground, pushing forward with their spore crawlers. Taking another storm. And Astrea just set up with his concave. You can see here he wants to get rid of these stalkers. He's going to be throwing away 4 Stalkers. But I feel like he needs to do this earlier. 100%. Had to get rid of them earlier. Just now we have a Disruptor on the way. Yeah, now Astrea is pushing in. But this might just be too late. We'll see. As the lurker count is getting very high. Lurkers, more spores. Nice abductions here on the oracles. 3 more oracles on the way. Astrea is still making nothing but disruptors, still ground based. does find a way in, actually. Not too many lurkers. Lurker goes down. Dark forced to respond. Blinking in, again, trading out Stalkers, freeing up supply. Blinking in the Banelings. Likewise, Astray, he at least denies an expansion. Doesn't leave much at home to defend. Astray remaxing on what? On still a ground army on disruptors. Tempest upgrade on the way. I still feel really uneasy about the lack of Tempest here for Astray, or just the lack of Skytoss so far. But with all these disruptors, he could still be okay. Speaking of, Nova goes up. Ooh. Massive connections on the Banelings. Very fortunate for Estrella. Mailing run by towards the left-hand side is cleaned up. Dark moving in with Changelings. Nidusworm is on the way. Nice Novas. Again, Dark potentially inspired by Rogue. Going with the Changelings, going into the main. So Nidusworms are going to be thrown down. And we'll see if Estrella can keep up. He does get eyes on these Changelings though, he's aware. Does clean most of them up. Nidus is going to be placed, but there are some DT. Oh, good. Yeah, defensive DTs. They shut them down. Nice abductions. Oh, that's an Immortal, a Disruptor, a Colossus as well. So very nice pickups here from Dark. Getting a lot of high value targets. Astray, you can see plummeted in supply. And when are we remaking the Skytoss? The Tempest. Never mind, Astray's just sticking to his guns.
Successful.
Immortals, Archons, more High Templar, more ground toss. Let's see Infestor. Banelings here for the mineral line, they do crash in. Oof. 8 probe kills. Say workers, likewise Dark, he denies an expansion. Or Changelings moving out. I think my biggest issue with this kind of army for Astray is that I don't think he has any pushing power. I mean, the Novas, they're picking away at, like, you know, one lurker at a time, but I don't really see Astray pushing up this ramp. It's not going to be quite possible with this kind of army. On the flip side, Tempest, I mean, they can chip away at this with extra range, of course. And gain ground. Lights across the map. The DTs, nice reductions on the disruptors. Gets 2. Lings flood in as well. But there are Dark Templar. Yeah, Astray should be fine. Cleans up all the Lings. Astray is still with a massive bank. He's got 10k minerals against the 2k of Dark. Jesus. And here come the Broodlords. And that's going to be a bit of a checkmate move. 16 Corruptors on the way. What is the answer to the Brood? Archons? Storm? No shot. Astray has been quite stubborn when it comes to his army comp. And I worry about the Broodlords here. The Corruptors have arrived. Of course, now Dark has a free up supply for the Broodlords. There they are. 8 Broodlords morphing in. And I mean, yeah, I'm just a little bit in shock here. Because we have everything ready. But you know, we're missing out on some air upgrades. Production, of course, as well. Eight, soon to be 10 Broodlords. And Broodlords, they reveal themselves, and again, there's no answer. I mean, what can Dark do? Sorry, what can Australia do is what I wanted to say. Broodlords have arrived. Dark, he breaks through. He's going to knock down this base, and Australia can't engage. Again, Astray, he had such a lead earlier, and he had so much room and breathing room as well, but he's going for the base trade. He's going for the base trade instead. I mean, what else can he do? Tempest production finally begins, but Lurkers, they're going for the production. They're going for the main. Aye. Broodlords, they turn back around. Production's under fire. Dark a little bit indecisive about what he wants to do with the Broodlords. A little bit indecisive. He turns around with some Broodlords. Not with all of them, though. Okay, there we go. Does turn back around. Main base completely cleaned up. Forces a recall. Now, there are still 2 more Stargates at the natural, true, but there are Corruptors is the problem. Like, Dark, he's ready for this. Nice blinks. Going for the Vipers. Vipers do get caught out. The first 2 Tempests will arrive. Potentially the only Tempest of the game. Astray lost all of his production. So even though Astray has a massive bank, Astray, he has so much money, but he can't spend it. They're swapping up. Broodlord's pushing in. And Dark, he can just snowball from here. And again, like, Astray, he played this game so well. He was so far ahead. And this is on Astray. I mean, he had like 5 Stargates for 10 minutes and he didn't make a single Sky Toss unit. Good. Oh my god. I was going to say the Fungals. The Novas. The Novas pop up. They catch out some of the Infestors. Lurkers getting in position. Dark has a high ground. Nice feedbacks again. Good control out of Estrella, but there's only so much he can do with this kind of army composition. As Lurkers, they find the production. More Stargates going down. Again, look at the bank of Estrella. He has so much money, but he can't do anything. He can't do anything with it. Stargates are falling before he can make any Tempest. 4 more Stargates on the way. And Dark, from the brink of defeat, like Astray, he had this game. Like, he had it. Had a massive supply lead, had the better economy, had momentum. And again, I was convinced. I was like, oh, you know, Astray, he has really good late game, and he's probably just setting up to, like, embrace Sky Toss. Like, he'll get there. Never quite did. And now Astray is down to 2 mining bases. Dark coming in from behind. Going forward, little is left. Archons are going down. The final Tempest as well. They're busy do what they can. We do get some decent storms on the Corruptors at least. But alas, a Dark. He's going for the final bases here of Estrella. Even Neuraling the Disruptor. Tempest have been building up. Another base goes down. Estrella, he's down to one final mining base. Oh my god, he's making how much? 7 Void Rays and 2 carries at a time. He's got 9 Stargates. He's crazy. I mean, he's supply blocked. Again, Estrella, he's got 11k minerals, 2k gas, but he's supply blocked. I mean, with Mass Void Ray, he can hold his own. True. What's a recall? Pushes the army back. Dodge is cleaning up with the final tech structures, getting into these 2 Stargates as well. Estrella does attempt to respond. Does attempt to respond. Estrella is still heavily supply blocked. 4 pylons on the way. Ay, ay, ay. Do we have any Vipers? No. Vipers would be a really secure way to clean up all these Void Rays. Like Void Rays are so prone to stacking, Power Bombs can punish them. Instead, we can see Dark is going into more Infestors. So just coming to Broodlord and Infestor Corruptor. I say that Estrella, he's broken out of his supply block. He's maxing out. Technically, Estrella can actually still win the next fight. I didn't think that Dark would actually allow this base to get back up and running, but Estrella, he's going to be on a 2-base economy. Estrella still has a bank. He's maxing out. Finally, like, it took Estrella being forced into a base trade to finally start making Skytoss units, but he's getting there. And it's actually looking quite terrifying. Without Vipers especially, like, Dark does not have the best army for Skytoss. Okay. Estrella taking another expansion. See, all according to plan. Estrella, he's like, it's fine. You know, just I got him where I want him. He gets my base, gets all my production, he supply blocks me, but it's fine because Estrella, he had a bank, he maxed out. Again, Estrella was so far ahead for a lot of this game. Most of this game even. Jesus. There's 8 carriers. Soon to be 12. And without a high enough Corruptor count, there's only, okay, 19 Corruptors. It's a good amount. Base goes down. Nice Neural on the Void Rays. Oh my god, the Neural is brutal. And Dark, he does have plenty of anti-air. Just focus on the carriers one after the other. Corruptors doing what they can. Another Tempest. They barely do not get the Mothership. And does Estrella have enough? It's still so close. The carrier survived the Tempest as well. No more Neurals, no more Infestors. And Estrella, does he bring it back? Oh my god. It's still so close. There are 9 Corruptors left. Again, Estrella, he almost fumbled this game, and now he's back in this. Still making more Void Rays. Estrella is burning through his bank. This is going to be the final wave of reinforcements for Estrella. But Dark, he doesn't really have much of an economy either. Dark, he's also out of a gas bank. Speaking of gas, speaking of minerals, Estrella does come in with the Zealot run by. Not bad. Trading with the Lynx. Oh, who is it? Not again. Oh god. As for the second time. Yeah, for the second time, Florencio, he is timing out.
we'll see if Florento joins us for the finals. Hopefully he can fix his issues though. Yeah. Feels bad, man. But yeah, this is a pretty wild game state. So again, Dark, he's on a 2-base economy. Estrella, he's soon to be on 3 bases. Estrella will soon have the better economy himself. And Team 3 should be banned up. And Dark, he's walling up again. Well, I mean, he barely has any mining. He barely has any economy left. And this is a fresh base, by the way. That's what's terrifying. These fringe bases here, there's just so much resources to work with, especially the center expansion. And Astray, he can use this to launch into the main. Head towards the natural, into the main base as well. Dark is out of gas. He's got 26 corruptors, though. That's a good amount of corruptors. This is still close. Oh, Hydra's on the high. They can actually get within range. Hydra's in the range of the mineral line. Meanwhile, Lings, they hit one of the mining bases here, last mining bases of Estrella. Zelt's do warp in time. Oh, Zelt's coming in for the surround. Yeah, they collapse on these Lings. There's the force back. Building up, but Dark, he went back into queen production to spend his minerals. So he has how many queens? 16 queens with transfuse. Likewise, he's going to be pushing into overcharge with shield batteries. So it'll still be quite close. Okay, he does poke in. A very tense game state. Australia still with the better bank. Oh, 1-2 attempt to go down. Massive pickoffs. Brutal loss there for Australia. Void Rays, they do find the lurkers. 3 lurkers go down. Things are going to be cleaned up as well. But the March of the Spores, they're pushing forward. They're pushing in. Yeah, here you go. The final fight of the game. Darky pushes forward with every single Spore Crawler. They're not quite ready, though. They're still burrowing in. Australia forced to engage. Where are the Corruptors? Ooh, Corruptors not where they need to be. Yeah, they're fighting without the Queens fighting on their own with Microbial Shroud. Decent fungal. Neurals as well. Darky's holding his own, and the Corruptors are coming in from behind to clean up the Sky Toss. They dive on the Mothership. Mothership goes down. There's a slow zone. Storm of the Corruptors. And Microbial Shroud actually worked quite well for Dark. Takes a better fight. Only one queen went down. That's crazy. 1 queen, 3 Hydras, 5 Corruptors, for 3 Void Rays and 4 Carriers, and the Mothership. And much more efficient for Dark. Let's say that Zelsa get into the mineral line. Dark running out of money. He's got what, a handful of patches left?
Excellent, this is mine. Go. Once again, side defense pushing forward, gaining ground. Tempest is trading well, but here come the Corruptors. Well, they get one. One Tempest goes down. And the Stray is being denied mining here from this expansion. That's what's important. Storm. Passion's coming in as well. They can Neural, they can Microbial Shroud. Speaking of, here comes that Neural. Oh my god. Doesn't quite get it. Two Infestors go down. Not the best trade for Dark. Oh, meanwhile, that's a lot of Spores not borrowed. That could be a factor. Spores, they're trying to waddle in, but the Queens are on hold position. There we go. Queens, they do move forward. They do move forward. Spores are borrowing. Oh my god, Brutal Storm. Corruptors, they go for the die. They get one, they get two. Two Carriers. Two Tempest. Tempest count gets reset. And more Tempest for Estrella. But he does get the Queens. Oh, he's like, let's go. He's taking the money. He's taking his money. The drones are here. Oh, never mind. Just see Estrella trying to punish. Gets Revelation. More Tempest on the way. Oof. Okay, just a very messy fight. Nexus goes down. Dark long distance mining. I mean, again, there's barely any money left. He's going for the expansion. Oh my god, just bullying Estrella out. It's my base. Get out of here. It's my expansion now. And if Dark can get this up and running, that's going to be huge. Remember, Estrella, he's also out of resources. Zero economy. Zero economy left. Carrier is going to be that much less impactful. Look at units tab. 13 Corruptors, 3 Infestors, no Vipers. Tempest are gaining value. Brutal Storm. Now, what's important here is that Estrella still has a more efficient army. Still much more efficient. I'll say hits up right. Yeah, he just avoids the Spores. Oh, getting the lone distance mining drones. Yeah, so many drones going down. Nice Neural here on one of the Carriers. Carrier goes down. Oof, that's 14 drone kills. And the Hive. Estrella's still picking Dark apart. Avoiding the Spore Forest. Getting another Corruptor. I mean, these Tempests are just bullying the army. Zell's getting more bases. More hatcheries. It can rotate into the natural. At the same time, Dark going for a lane counterattack. Ooh. Oh, actually, we're low distance mining. We're trying to at least. They hit the mineral line. Stray has the high ground. Technically, Dark could just commit to the base trade with the Link Flood. Likewise, so with the Zealots. And Stray could always recall if he needs to.
Assimilation successful.
Revelation. There's a recall. Army does recall to the other side. Archon's pushing in. Yeah, and it looks like Estrella, he should have enough. He breaks through the defensive line. Barely any Corruptors left. Oh, the Void Rings overextend. Oh my god, the Void Rings go down to the Spores. Uh-oh. Still a very scrappy game state. Very scrappy. Neural takes over one of the Archons. But again, Astray, he should have this. I mean, he had a very, very strong start to the game. Then he kind of fumbled the ball a little bit. Lings, they try to come in for the surround, but there are plenty of Archons. And Astray, he was able to bounce back in this game state. There's another Neural available. Oof. Neural doesn't do much. And this is it. This is the final base here of Dark. It's all he has left. He can still Neural Copium. Lings, they come in from behind. Nice around. Going for that Templar. High Templar goes down. Gets an Archon. But just one. Just the one Archon goes down. And it looks like Estrella, he has finally done it. He brought it back. After losing his lead, after things looking dire, after forced into a base trade, he was able to recover. He was able to make, what was it, like 9 Skytoss units at a time with like 9 Stargates. GG, and Estrella advances on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Dark, he did an amazing job recovering despite falling so far behind. He was able to build up his lurker count to get into Broodlords. If you remember, with the arrival of the Broodlords, it was what, like 13 Broodlords from Dark. He was able to snowball out of control. He was able to break down, what, 3-4 bases, force the base trade as well. Honestly, Estrella, he was looking dead then and there, but Estrella did have a bank. If you remember, he had like an 11k, 4 or 5k bank that he was able to expend. He was able to eventually make use of. It took him a long time because he had to rebuild all of his production, but he was able to embrace that Skytoss army. GG, well played. Estrella will take it in the end. Congratulations, my condolences to Dark as Estrella advances on in his stead. And that means we have our grand finals. It is going to be a PVT, a rematch between Estrella and Bjorn. Let's go. It is going to be that rematch. In most recent times, Estrella did defeat Bjorn in the previous PiGosaur Monday Cup, if I remember correctly. Potentially it was the Ursasaurus Cup. But Estrella, he has beaten Bjorn in the past. Can he do it again? Or again, is Bjorn now enlightened after traversing the mountain ranges of South Korea? For those who do not know, Bjorn, over the past couple of weekends actually, in his free time as a hobby, Bjorn, he has been, climbing mountains with Creator. They had been, touching mountains, going outside, traversing the terrain of South Korea, and so yeah, it's been really cool. It's been really wholesome seeing them post on social media during their free time. And as a result, Bjorn, he's ready for the finals, I'm sure. Let's go. Outside, crazy. How dare they? How didn't Estrella die when those first broods came out? Oh, again, as we mentioned, it was because Estrella, he had, like, what, an 11k, 5k bank. Like, Estrella would have or should have died then and there, but he was able to recover, able to rebuild. I mean, it took him a while to rebuild all of his production. Dark was a little bit slow to find the new production buildings, true. Even though Dark killed the main, there were more Stargates being thrown down towards the bottom left, so you could argue that Dark could have had a little bit more, just a little bit more persistence or a little bit more urgency. That's it, urgency behind trying to find the backup production and hunting everything down. In the end, Estrella, he was able to stabilize once again. GG, well played. Meanwhile, a shout out to Bo Mioja, papi ga. Shout out to Bo Mioja in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast as well. Of course, Bo Mioja, he was competing in the PiGosaur Cup and was casting thereafter. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great stream. Annyeong haseyo, papi. Annyeong. I know it's quite late in the Americas, so good night. Get some rest. Hope you had a good time. And a shout out to Protostegosaurus for the gifted subs. Big shout out. Oh my god. Thank you so much, gifting 5 subs to the community to oh god. Envy Pardleg, the BLJ, Frost as well, Spartacus,
Parkanian. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Just catching up. One-hour game. Yeah, 43 minutes. Crazy, crazy. The return of Skytles that every Protoss wanted. Ah. That's my boy. Oh, there you go. But it looks like our players need some time. Yeah. Like, everyone is asking for 5 minutes. So, it looks like we're going to be going on a 5-minute break. I do apologize. But up next is going to be the grand finals between Bjorn and Australia. It's going to be a best of 5 finals here for the PiGosaur Monday number 3. Or number 1, depending on how you look at it. The event was rebranded. A shout out to Pig, of course, for helping to fund the event, for sponsoring this tournament alongside Stegosaurus, the one and only in the chat, Protostegosaurus. Thank you so much, by the way. Big shout out to Protostegosaurus. He's a massive, passionate fan of StarCraft, sponsoring these tournaments, even helping to fund our own as well with the Nation's Total Tussle. So much love to Protostegosaurus. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do for the scene. Thank you for all that you have done for StarCraft. We do appreciate it. And we will soon be getting ready for those finals. As I mentioned, the players do need some time. I do not blame them whatsoever. So we're going to be going on that short break. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the best of 5. See you soon. I'll take this moment, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, hydrate your hydras, get some food, get some snacks, and get ready for the finals. See you soon.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the PiGosaur Monday number 3. Again, a big shout out to Pig and Stegosaurus for funding this event, and we are here in the grand finals, and we have our 2 top players spawning in the top right hand corner of Crimson Court. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss, the NA Hope himself. It is Estrella. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time to get your gamba going because predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat, as you do have 2 minutes upon hearing this message to get your predictions in while you can. Now we are settling in, and again, this is a rematch. Both Estrella and Byun, they have faced off in the past in previous Open Cups, and Estrella has caused upsets in the past. He has brought Byun down, but you know, that was a couple of weeks ago. We are here in the now, and we'll see if Estrella can pull that off again, or if Byun gets his revenge. Here we go. So for now, we are going to be settling in. So far, so good. Double gas opener out of Byun, going for a faster factory, going for a delayed CC. Bit of a more tech-heavy start here from our Blue Terran player. This can lead into some Cyclone aggression early on, can lead into a Widowmine drop, into Reacted Reaper Hellion. There's potential. There's potential for aggression. Meanwhile, Estrella back at home, just opening up Gate Expand. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Standard opener from the Protoss. It's going to be that standard opener. And again, really cool to see Pig take part and actually help sponsor this event. You know, for a long time now, for what was it, like 6 or 7 weeks, we've had all the other community members stepping up. Ourselves, Wardy, Steadfast, Rotterdam, Dave and Chicken Man, and now Pig as well, now stepping in. I don't remember really the last time Pig, you know, sponsored an event like this. I'm thinking of like the Pig Steakhouse back in the day, but it's really cool that Pig is also taking part as well. I mean, again, most of the content creators and community members have risen up in some way to provide something for the community when it comes to these open online tournaments. Again, just really cool to see the community come together here for StarCraft 2 in the off-season of ESL to host all these Open Cups. Really cool to see. Inspiring, Bobby, inspiring. And again, when it comes to the off-season, I guess the off-season is coming to an end soon, TM. I feel like the revelation of the new patch is kind of like the first sign of the new season to come. The new patch, the new map pool, it's all kind of on the horizon. Soon, TM. As the Hellion has arrived, will threaten the natural. So far, so good. Estrella, he does respond, does have that shield battery. At the same time, Reapers do dive into the main. There is one Stalker in position, but alas, Estrella, he does overshoot. And mispositioning with the Stalker. Reapers are getting into the middle line. Poise are being pulled. And how many probes do we get? 1 probe goes down. He gets 1, he gets 2. Can he get 3? Not quite. Yeah, 2 probe kills for 2 Reapers. Not the best trades from Byun. 2 for 2. And Estrella holds. Estrella does hold, moves out across map for hallucinated scouts. Is going to be a 1-1-1 setup. And it looks like Byun is opening up Widowmine drop. And of course, Estrella confirms. Estrella does confirm the drop, does follow it, is aware, and should be getting ready. Now, it's not just going to be Widowmines, there are 4 Marines as well. But Stalkers already intercept. Oh my god! Estrella being very proactive. Does deny the drop, denies the scouting. Behind the Estrella, rushing into a fast 3rd Nexus. Oh my god. Here on Crimson Court. So it's going to be 2-gate blink into a 3rd, bold move. This drop honestly can't really do much about the expansion. Widowmines can't target buildings, Marines can, but again, this force is mainly designed to try to cripple the economy more than anything. Speaking of, does get into the middle line, boys are being pulled. Oh no! They stack up! Oh my god! My shot doesn't quite connect. My heart, Bappy. I can't. Calm down, Estrella, calm down. Another Widowmine into the main, it will connect as well. Boys are being pulled away. Okay, 2 probe kills so far, 3, 4 probes. And we do see that Estrella can go back to mining. One of the Widowmines does waddle away. Getting out of here. And that wasn't too bad. I mean, Byun lost 1 Widowmine for 4, soon to be 2 Widowmines for 4 probes. Final Widowmine is hunted down. Now we can settle it. But again, that was almost disastrous. Like with Estrella choosing to attack the Widowmine and not getting it, that was wild. Wasn't quite punished. Hallucination confirms the follow-up. Is going to be a 3-1-1 setup, working towards Stim. No third CC yet, but I'm sure it will be on the horizon for Beyond. As we can settle down. Aye, aye, aye. So we can settle down. We have our splash damage of choice from Estrella. He could have gone into Colossus, but no, it's going to be a Temple Archives instead, working towards Charge, working towards Storm. So Charge Archon Storm from Estrella. Stalkers move out, but they won't find much damage here. Force a blink away. They threaten the bases, they're forced out. Dion is aware of the Stalker's location, so he's going for a drop towards the left-hand side, towards the third base of Estrella. It's just going to be a singular drop of Marines. But he can still wreak havoc in that mineral line. Estrella, he missed the move out, he missed the medevac. Will be warping in some High Templar to defend. Does have a spotter pylon as well. Oh, Observer goes down. Nice pickoff. And the drop is spotted. Stray, he has to respond. He's got 2 Zealots to defend. The Stalkers, they race back home. At the same time, Beyond breaks out. And Estrella, he does not spot the move out. He's not aware. He lost the Observer. And he's forced out of position. So this drop is actually achieving quite a lot here from Beyond. It's just distracting Estrella. He's forced to respond. Beyond pushing towards the natural. Storm is not done. Beyond is pushing in. Catching a free Stalker. Not bad. Gets a Stalker. Sieges up. Threatens the natural. Forces the overcharge. Marshall goes up. Massive tank volley as well. Gets High Templar. 1 High Templar left. Still no Storm. Cells, they collapse in from behind, decent feedbacks. And does Estrella have enough? It looks like he does not. And there's too much support. The tanks, they're in a brutal position. They take down the pylon, and they can depower the rover. GG gets called, and Björn will take game number 1. GG. Get a brutal move out. As a reminder, Estrella, he was in position to scout, but the Observer got sniped. The Stalkers forced out of position, and Estrella, he had no idea that the army was moving out. As a result, by the time he realized what was going on, Beyond, he was sieged up at the natural within range of the Artosis pylon as well. Just a brutal position, and Beyond takes the win. Does take the first game, but now we are jumping into game number 2. We'll see if Estrella can bounce back. We shall see. As game 2 is going to be on site Delta. Here we go. So again, just really intense play out of Björn. No holding back. But that was also a really awkward map as well. Like, the third base is more exposed, or I should say it's more isolated. So it's a little bit more difficult to defend, you know, your third base or your natural, especially if you don't know where the army is coming. Now instead, we're going to be loading into Site Delta. A much more larger macro standard map in the map pool. And we'll see how our players adjust. We've seen Beyond very often open up more economically here on Site Delta. Not just Racks Expand, but even 3cc3 Racks. He's very fond of it. We'll see if he embraces it once again. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran for Shopify. It is Beyond. Leading the series 1-0, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. He might be down in the series, but it's a best of 5. Plenty more games to come. It is Estrella. Here we go. Again, we've seen time and time again Beyond be quite greedy on Site Delta, skipping SCV scouts, going for faster CCs, faster third base as well. So I'm curious if he embraces a greedy style once again, or if he does mix things up. And go for a different approach. So now Estrella is going for the probe scout. So far so good. No proxy from either player. No wild starts. Only one gas geyser here for Björn. So he is going for a more economic start. If you recall last game, it was double gas, and that led into a faster Widowmine drop. This time, Australia confirms only one gas. Only one gas, guys, where he confirms there should be a CC on the way. But again, the question becomes just how greedy is Bjorn going to be? We know he's going to be economic, but again, that's only the first real step here. As CC is placed on the high ground, a little bit of a safer expansion for Bjorn. Is slightly less efficient as it has to be floated down to the low ground, but it will be safer against any kind of adept or zealot aggression. And he's going ranked expand into a factory. Okay. No third CC. So just a standard economic opener here out of Bjorn. Just a little bit safer than normal. For the most part, Australia has confirmed, and he can calm things down. I do think that Australia, if he did want to go 2-gate blink again, I mean, he's a lot more free to do so. There's not really much pressuring him early on. We'll move out. Twilight Council has been placed. It is not uncommon on some of these larger maps to see Stargate play, Stargate Phoenix. But Australia doesn't often open Stargate actually in this matchup. It's more about that blink. As it is going to be another blink-based opener. Dead moves out. Does confirm the expansion. And the question becomes, how many gateways? Remember, last game it was 2-gate blink into a third. Australia, he could go for a third gateway, could go for a fourth gateway and be hyper-aggressive. He has options. Meanwhile, Bjorn setting up, being very safe. But the reason for this, I mentioned before, especially on larger maps like this, Bjorn did not SCV scout, so he actually doesn't know what's going on. For all Bjorn knows, it could be an Oracle opener, it could be a Phoenix opener, so he does open up Cyclone. Very safe way to follow this up here. Cyclones, they shoot up, they shoot down, they can keep you safe, and he's following this up with some drop play. So just a very, very well-rounded setup here by Bjorn. Doesn't quite get the adepts, but at least Australia is aware of the Cyclones. And here comes the move out. We have Marines in the medevacs and 2 Cyclones on the ground. Now Australia does not have a shield battery at the natural, only Stalkers. Oh. As the drop is coming in, Australia does confirm, but he wants the Cyclones. And he will get them. Gets one. Marines are pushing in, they don't have stim, bear that in mind. Going for the Stalkers. Bit of an awkward engage. Bjorn coming in from behind. Gets a Stalker. Gets 2. But Australia will get the Cyclone. Just a very awkward fight. Australia will hold and will not lose any workers, any economy. Australia defends. Australia does defend. You can see Bjorn attempting a drop into the main, but there is an army in position. Did recall back home. And Australia freely takes his turn. Again, a pretty tense moment there for Australia, but he holds on. She'll sound the drop. It was a 3-gate blink. So now that means Australia can counterattack. He has extra Stalkers, extra Warpins, had the Robo first into War Prism. And now it's going to be Bjorn that has to defend. And what does he have to defend back at home? He has a bunker at the natural. He has a 1 tank in the main. But the production is quite exposed. Australia has potential. He is moving out. Again, he can warp in at 3 Stalkers at a time. Stim is looking very exposed. And Australia can't deny it. Bjorn sees the Stalkers. Can't really do much about it. Stim is denied. Marines, they try to engage, but they have vanilla Marines. And the tanks are just a little bit too far out of range. Second tank has arrived. And Bjorn holds. Bjorn does hold. I mean, the denied Stim is going to keep Bjorn pinned back at home for that much longer. So Australia, he can be greedy behind this. He can tech up. He can saturate his third base, take up into a splash damage. Australia should be safe. And there it is. Bay's on the way. Last game, if you remember, Australia, he was trying to go into Storm. This time, Colossus. Ooh, as he even catches the Raven. Very nice pickup. Raven goes out for 2 probes, not worth it for Bjorn. But Estrella going for his bait. Colossus production, forge for +1, charge as well, containing his opponent. And again, Bjorn cannot break out. Not without Stim. You can see Estrella just bullying those Marines. Has to be careful, has to respect them. Dropping into the main. Gets 1 SCV, denies mining time. Barely getting a second worker. Not losing a single stalker. Very nice control here out of Estrella. Getting fully saturated. And you can see how quickly things can shift here once Estrella gets map control. Once he's in the driver's seat. Oh my god. Casito. Jobs are denied. Thankfully, Bjorn doesn't commit. Doesn't lose too much. Stray, he's all over this. Just containing Bjorn. Colossus production has begun. Getting a 4th base as well. And finally, Stim is completing. Finally, Bjorn can break out of this contain and take his own 3rd base, or go into a 2-base all-in. But yeah, 3rd CC is already done. Bjorn will expand. So Bjorn can finally take his 3rd. And we can embrace the mid-game. I do favor Estrella getting into this. Again, he did have a much stronger start. He gained a lot of map control. He punished Bjorn. So Estrella does have a lead. Not saying that Bjorn can't bounce back. Of course he can. He can take better fights. Catch Estrella off guard. But the pressure is on Bjorn at the moment. There's a lot of pressure on Bjorn to get across the map with drops, or catch out the stalkers. Main army is spotted. Estrella is aware. Saves the observer. At the same time, Estrella getting poised to dive into the natural. There is a turret in position. And Estrella, he dives in, but there are reinforcements. Yeah, this plays to defend. Zealots are going to be cleaned up. Zealots hit the natural. They force some friendly fire. 6 SCVs. Not bad. 6 SCV kills and the Prism does survive. Forced to recall. And again, this is just keeping Bjorn busy back at home while Estrella is stabilizing and getting into his 4th. And now a 5th base as well. A little bit greedy, is what I will say. A little bit greedy here by Estrella, but I mean, at the moment, he is safe to do so. Getting a 5th, 3rd Colossus. Prism is spotted. Estrella moving out. Estrella, he's about to max. Bear that in mind as well. Now, what I will say, Estrella doesn't have to push in. He doesn't have to try to break the 3rd base. Remember, Estrella, he's on 5 bases. All Estrella needs to do is deny the 4th. Deny the 4th base and wait for Bjorn to move out. And move out into the open where Estrella can take a better fight. Speaking of a 4th base, there it is. Bjorn, he's going for his 4th. And this is where Bjorn is going to be at his most vulnerable. While he tries to expand. Estrella is maxed. He has a massive Zealot-based army. Disruptor production has begun. I believe still only 1 robo, which is a little bit concerning. You can see Estrella, he has no gases. No gases at the 3rd, or the 4th, or the 5th. It's just purely minerals, purely Zealot. That's why Estrella can't really afford a 2nd robo yet. But again, he's trying to set up the surround, luring out the army. Here he goes for the dive. Nova goes up. Ooh, big connection on the Marauders. First Colossus does fall, but the tanks are exposed. As I'll say, collapse on the tanks. Not the cleanest engage here out of Estrella, does bleed out the Disruptor, but he overwhelms. He overwhelms the army, takes out every single tank, pushes into the mineral line. And it's just a numbers game. Bjorn does not have enough. GG gets called, and Estrella ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Estrella does tie us up. And again, you can see how differently the game can play out, or I should say how important momentum is. Momentum so important here in StarCraft. Bjorn losing so much of it early on with his failed aggression, I should say. On top of that, because of that, he was punished. Astrea, he was able to deny stim, able to delay it, continue with drop play, and just get further and further ahead. Astrea looking much more dominant in Game 2, showing how things can pan out if the early game is more in his favor. And with that, we're tied up 1-1. We're going to Game 3. We are going to Game 3. The question becomes, is Astrea's early game going to be as strong this time? Again, can he minimize losses? Can he delay Byan? We'll see. As Game 3 is going to be on post-youth. Going to be loading into post-youth. Another factor I should say as well is the size of the map. Side Delta is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Because of that, once Astrea got map control, Byan was stuck at home and he couldn't really apply much pressure. If you remember, he was trying to go for some drop play, but Astrea was all over it. He was able to keep up with the drops as well, contained Byan very well, very nicely. But now we're getting into Game 3. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of post-youth, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, being forced into a tied-up series. Can he bring it back? For Shopify, it is Byan. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself. Currently teamless, but deserving to be on the team. Tying up the series, it is Astrea. Now, as a reminder, this is a best of 5, so plenty more games ahead of us. We are tied up, but still more games to come. This could still go either way. But now we're settling in. Again, we're loading into Post-Youth. Post-Youth, one of the more unorthodox maps in the map pool. There is an in-base hybrid base that's available to our players, so that can be quite greedy. We should be seeing a Rax expand here from Byan. Likewise, there is also the gold, and if a player like Astrea is able to get map control early on, I mean, we saw him be greedy and get up to 5 bases against the 3-base setup of Byan. If he can get into this gold base, he can also skyrocket ahead. So the gold base is going to be a factor. We'll see if we can get there. So gate expand from Astrea. Economic opener. Meanwhile, this time Byan does open up Reaper. Interesting. Now, if you remember last game on Side Delta, Byan was cutting corners, he skipped his SCV scout, and he also skipped his first Reaper as well. So there was no scouting for Byan. This time, Reaper first. So he's going to be moving out across the map, he's going to be threatening the bases, and trying to get an eye on the initial tech opener of Astrea. And again, Post-Youth has the shortest rush distance, or is the shortest rush distance map in the map pool, so Reaper aggression does make sense early on. And Byan does move out. He's now moving out across the map. We'll see if Astrea can keep up. Stalker is on the way. And we'll see if Byan also goes 3 CC. He is building up those resources. He is! Oh my god, a third CC's on the way. Banked up 400 minerals. A very greedy build here by Byan. And this is what I was expecting on Side Delta. If you remember, I was talking about how Byan, he very often does go 3cc 3 racks on larger maps. On a smaller map, this is very risky. It's greedy and also quite risky here on Post-Youth. We'll see if Astrea can recognize what's going on. So again, this is third CC before any other tech structure into a 3-rack setup. And the power of this build really kicks in the mid-game. Because of how quickly you get a third base, your worker production and your third base timing is insanely fast, and then you can skyrocket ahead and snowball out of control and be the first to max out. It takes a while for this build to really kind of show its final form. So there is time for Astrea to try to get a read on this and try to punish it or meet greed with greed. Speaking of, hallucinations moving out. So Astrea will soon realize what's going on as he moves out with the hallucination. Behind, this, Master Marine is building up. The Reaper is denied. And I believe Bjorn, he did get into the main, did get eyes on the Twilight Council. Hallucination gets eyes on the 3rd TC. Now Estrella knows he gets eyes on the 2nd ranks, on Stim, on the bio. And Estrella even confirms the faster eBay and +1. So it is going to be a Stim and +1 timing here for Bjorn. A lot of Marines to work with. Estrella getting his 3rd at a standard timing. But the pressure is on the Protoss. And he gets a Marine, not bad. I mean, every Marine count does count. He gets a 2nd one as well. What I'm referring to, this Stim timing is brutal. But if we can pick away at the army and... never mind, as Estrella does overextend. But if we can thin out the Marine count ahead of time, then suddenly that Stim timing is going to be that much less impactful, that much less threatening. Gets a 3rd Marine. More Stalkers on the way. And this is typically how you want to respond to a 3-Rax. Whether it's a regular 3-Rax or 3cc 3-Rax, you need to slow down the bio army to make sure that the Stim timing doesn't overwhelm you. So Estrella doing well. Getting 3 Marines so far. Ooh, bleeding out a Stalker. Overextends, that wasn't worth it. A more expensive loss there for Estrella. Back at home, taking into his own Robo, into Colossus production. He has the Sentry as well to Force Field, to try and slow down the push even further. But it will come down to reaction time, as Stim is now done. Bjorn attempting to take his 3rd. Army's getting ready to move out. Estrella does confirm. Does Force Field. Ooh, just barely. Does Force Field the ramp. Takes down the Marines. Gets a Marauder, but will bleed out a Sentry. And a Stalker as well. Not a bad trade for Estrella, but a trade nonetheless. Trying to pick away at the Marines. Ooh, gets 1 more. Gets 2 more. For another Stalker. Ugh, again, not the best trades here for Estrella. And Bjorn's going for the gold. Ay, ay, ay. Being even greedier than normal. Rushing into the goal base. Bjorn breaks out. Estrella, back at home, is trying to set up. Does have his first Colossus. And Estrella, he should be able to survive with this Colossus. But Bjorn is getting ahead economically. Taking an economic lead. A double drop into the main. Estrella warping in. Oof, yeah, he gets punished for the dive as well. Another Stalker goes down. Bjorn trading so well here. And he's going for a split push as well. And we spoke about it. Now that the 3rd base is up and running, this is where Bjorn can really shine. By pulling Estrella apart. Estrella, though, he does have his Colossus split. So far, so good. 1 Colossus at the 3rd, the other at the natural. Estrella, he does hold for the time being. But this is still only the beginning. Bjorn has a supply lead, and it's going to get even larger. On top of that, trying to hold on to this goal base, it's going to be ambitious here for Estrella. Yeah, forced to cancel. There's no way he can hold on to it. He cannot fight this, not head on. There are just so many Marauders. They just melt Colossus and Immortals and anything Robo, really. Anything armor-based. Estrella attempting a Zealot run-by. Expansion is denied. These Zealots do have potential, though. They get a handful of SCVs. They force back some of the army. Not bad. 5 SCV kills. Estrella breaks out. Oh, the Widowmite gets a Sentry. And massive pickup. Sentry goes down. Bjorn going for a 4th on location. But Estrella, he wants that gold. I'm trying to keep up. Viking has arrived. Boys are being pulled. It comes in for the flank. And Estrella, does he have enough to hold on? Bjorn sims in. He gets 1 Colossus. Doesn't quite get the other, but he may just have too much anyway. Yeah, too much bio. Too much man with gun. Takes out the final Colossus. But it does cost him 19 SCVs. Oh my god. 19 workers went down. That was a big blow to his economy. But he's still ahead in workers. Like, he still has a better economy with the gold. Estrella's still stuck on 3 bases. Estrella coming in from behind for the surround. Picking up a handful of bio units, but again, it's just not going to be enough. Beyond, he's just trading so well against this. Kai's back against the Zealots. Ooh, forces some friendly fire. Getting in trouble with the Stalkers. The Stalker count getting higher. The Archon tanking some shots. Estrella, he's so committed here. He's basically all in. He has to break this 3rd base. If not, that's going to be game. Getting his gold. Reinforcing. Colossus has arrived. That's a lot of sentries. Colossus takes a lot of hits though. Oh, Colossus goes down. But nice force fields. Estrella still trying to force the issue. But he just doesn't have enough. Yeah, Beyond scanning ahead of time. He sees that there's nothing behind this. He knows he can keep pushing. Estrella desperately trying to hold on. The snipes are going up. The ghost has arrived. And Beyond will overwhelm. Again, just so much greed here by Beyond, and he wasn't quite punished. Did lose 19 SCVs, but that wasn't enough. Goes to show how much of an economic lead Beyond had. Nice concave of Stalkers. EMP is brutal. Beyond is running out of Marauders though. Estrella, he might be able to hold on to this gold. Doesn't need that shield battery. Has a concave. Force fields are in. Estrella's holding. Kind of. Still bleeding out workers. Still up against the wall. More Zealots have arrived. Estrella attempting us around. But he does come in a little bit disjointed. And not the best setup. Does take down the Widowmine at least. But another brutal EMP. And Beyond, from here he can just stim and win. GG gets called. It's just too much. And Beyond takes a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Again, in the lead up to the eventual move out, Estrella, if you remember, he was trying to slow down the army, but something that was brutal was that Estrella, he kept bleeding out Stalkers. That should not have been happening. He lost, what, like 3, 4, 5 Stalkers in the process. Did mean that he had that much left to hold on to survive. Did get his 3rd up and running, but the 3rd didn't matter when his opponent had a 3rd base that was also a gold. So Beyond just snowballed out of control with that gold base. GG, well played. And with that, Beyond needs one more to win it all. To become this week's champion, Estrella has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. And I want to believe we can have an ace match regardless of how this goes. I would love to see a game 5, but the pressure is now on Estrella. Pressure is on. I see Lunacy in the chat. Please be nice to the Stalker. Oh no. Not like this. Is it even legit in any universe to 1-base all-in in such a map? There are 1-base all-ins that we have seen, but it's very niche. It's very, very niche. We've seen players like Oliveira and Gumiho. Sorry, not Gumiho. Oliveira and Ryung. That's it. We've seen Oliveira and Ryung go for 1-base all-ins, specifically on Ghost River. On Ghost River, they have attempted that with some mixed success as well. But yeah, a smaller map like Ghost River, which doesn't have like an in-base natural as well, is kind of what you can go for on that map. Still, though, you rarely see that sort of thing. It's still a rare sight, but here we go. We are getting into our next game. Potentially the final game of the series, as spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Terran player for Shopify leading the series 2-1. Onomas, one more is all he needs. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss representing himself, currently teamless, but deserving to be on the team down in this series. And needs your support in the chat to bring it back to the ace match. Can we go all the way to game 5? It is Estrella. Bring us to the ace match. Hello, Bjorn. As here in game 4, Bjorn is looking to spice things up with a proxy. The SCV has been sent out, is hidden here on the right-hand side, and the Rex has been placed. It's going to be a 2-Rex opener here. We have one back at home and one across the map. So it looks like 2-Rex Reaper from the side of Bjorn. Oh boy. I'm assuming 2-Rex Reaper. The other possibility is that he could try to morph in a Tech Lab and go Marauder. But it's difficult to scout because it looks normal. If you can see here, Bjorn, he has a Rex back at home, so Estrella, everything looks normal, everything looks as it should. Single gas opener into what should be a CC. And Estrella, he has to stick around to get an eye on that would-be command center. Yeah, it's going to be Marine opener, which means this should be a Tech Lab into Marauder? Question mark? Show us the Marauders. Yeah, there it is. Tech Lab is on the way. It's going to be Proxy Marauder out of Bjorn. Marine is revealed. A probe gets zoned away, and that means that Estrella is in the dark. Oh boy. So Estrella doesn't really know what's going on. He hasn't been able to scout. He hasn't been able to confirm. He is opening up Stalker, as he did previously. And the Marauder count is building up. Here we go. We'll see if Bjorn can pull this off. Now, if Estrella moves out with this Stalker, that could just be game then and there. Like, he has to be very careful with his first handful of units. If he gets caught out, if he loses the first Stalker prematurely, then, I mean, we have limited production. You know, Estrella, he can only make one. No shot. Is he taking a third? Okay. He's gonna have the money for it. No, he's crazy. No, Estrella, he's rushing it. This is an insanely fast third base. Estrella being so greedy. He's moving out with a Stalker, and that means there's only one gate. There's only one gateway, only one unit to defend, and is that game? I think it is. Oh no, I think that's just game. The Marauders have arrived. A sentry's gonna be going down. Estrella caught with his pants down. Not like this. He misread the game. GG gets called, and Bjorn will take the series 3-1. GG. Just a build order win for Bjorn. So basically, winding it back a little bit. So if you remember, Estrella, based on his probe scout, he had seen enough to believe that it was a Rax expand. Remember, he saw one Rax, he saw one Gas Geyser, so in Estrella's mind, standard economic opener. And to approach that, Estrella, he went as greedy as possible. I should also emphasize, Estrella's build there in that final game is very unorthodox. You almost never see that, but Estrella, he was just trying to outgreed his opponent. So he went third Nexus before second Gateway, before anything else. And Bjorn happened to be going for a proxy. He happened to be going for a proxy Marauder. GG, well played. Build order win there for Bjorn, and just unfortunate misread out of Estrella. I say misread, I mean, he didn't really have much to go off of, so just unfortunate there for Estrella, very unlucky to go for that build at that time. GG, well played. Bjorn will take it and will be this week's PiGosaur champion. Congratulations. GG. GG, well played. Then proxy openings. I mean, it was the proxy, but also coinciding with Estrella being as greedy as you could be. Like, that was, like, you don't get much greedier than that. Like, that was wild what Estrella was going for. So the punish was real. That's also why you rarely get, like, build order wins in SE2 nowadays. Like, the stars have to align, where a player's cheesing and the other player's being hyper greedy. And that's kind of what we saw here. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Bjorn, he is going to be this week's champion. I was hoping for an ace match, and I feel like we were a little bit robbed here in the final game. Not really how I wanted the series to end, but regardless, congratulations to Bjorn, he gets his revenge. Again, he has been enlightened from his journey out in the mountains. He has returned to us as a different man, as a different Terran, and it does take the win. GG, very well played.
very well played. Once again, big shout out to both Pig and Stegosaurus. Pig did recently decide to start sponsoring this event. This was the Stego Monday Cup, but now it is the PiGosaur Cup. What will the mascot change to? That's the most important question. Stegosaurus, I don't know if you're in the chat right now, but for the Orsosaurus Cup, we had like the hairy dinosaur. Then we just had the Stegosaurus. But now, what does a PiGosaur look like? What does like a Jurassic period pig, what does that entail? That's the question. That's the new logo. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, Papi. Aye. So, yeah, I'm sure they'll be getting on that at some point. Kappa. And, yeah, so big shout out to Pig, big shout out to Stegosaurus for hosting and for sponsoring the event. Shout out to Stegosaurus for managing and, like, adminning and bringing it all together. Big shout out to Stegosaurus. And, literally, with that, we are wrapping up for the day. We don't have another cast tonight. Our next broadcast is going to be in less than 24 hours. Tomorrow, we're going to be casting the Code for Giants Cup. For those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, shout out to Bomyoja for the raid. There was a big raid that we got earlier, so big shout out to Bomyoja. But we do cast here on almost a daily basis. I say almost. Usually we cast every day, multiple times a day, but now we're in the off season. We're in the off season of EPT, so, you know, there's no WTL, there's no Kung Fu Cup, there's, in a way, less tournaments than we usually cast, so because of that, we're live a little bit less often. We're still live, like 5 days a week instead of 7. That's still not bad, And our next cast is going to be tomorrow. Code for Giants Cup. If you're curious, what is Code for Giants Cup? It is a Brazilian-only SE2 tournament. So we feature players like Eric, like Inexorable, like Master, Shakti, Dorminoko, Yen, and many other players. So if you're interested in some Brazilian StarCraft, we got you covered tomorrow. Otherwise, the day after that is going to be the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. You may be curious, we usually host the Turtle Tussle on Mondays. But we have since moved it over to Thursday instead, just to make the kind of Sunday-Monday period a little bit less congested. Like, we had some crazy casting marathons, like covering like 4 events back to back. So we are going to be spreading it out a little bit, and the Turtle Tussle will be Thursday morning instead. So around the same time as this tournament, but on Thursday, or I guess on Wednesday if you're in the Americas. Thursday morning for us. Just as a heads up. Also on Thursday is going to be the podcast. Something that we have not done yet here on the CranKy Ducklings is go over the patch and go over the new map pool. So that is something that we will be having over during the podcast. If you're curious, what is the podcast? That is our weekly StarCraft 2 talk show. We go over the week's tournaments, the week's results, and any other news as well, like roster changes, like new news, of course, in the scene. And of course, this week, the big news is the new patch and the new map pool. So we'll be going over that during the podcast on Thursday. We at least have a couple of days to ruminate. I'm really curious about the map pool. I do want to like go in game and actually study them and have a look at them and figure out what's going on. There is a lot of controversy surrounding the map pool as well. For those who do not know, the map makers recently kind of spoke out about it. So what happened was ESL, they go to the map makers, I guess the top map makers of TLMC. There is a map maker Discord, and they asked them to rate the maps on kind of preference on which ones they would like to see in the map pool, which ones are the most balanced, which ones would be, you know, most interesting. I'm sure they have their own criteria for rating them. They of course were submitted, they were handed off to ESL, and the current map pool that was decided on was actually not based on those recommendations. So the map makers, they came out, they were like, what the hell? Like, why did you ask us for our opinion if you ignored it? So that's kind of what's happening at the moment. So the map makers, they have not they're not aligned with the choices made by ESL when it comes to the maps that were chosen. And so I'm kind of curious myself to look into them and to have a look at what's going on there. At a glance, it does seem like a lot of them look quite similar to each other. They are quite reminiscent of even some maps we have currently in the map pool, specifically Ghost River. But I'd like to delve into them a little bit more, and we'll do so leading into the podcast so we can talk about it. So yeah, it's gonna be the plan. It's gonna be a plan on Thursday. Friday we do have off. Saturday I think we have off, kind of. StarCraft Evolution League is gonna be on Saturday. We have STC on Sunday, and we have OSC King of the Hill on Sunday as well.
So plenty of content to come. If you enjoy the casting, if you enjoy the content, then you can of course follow us on all the social medias. We're live, we're also live on YouTube, we're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube. We do post VODs on a daily basis on YouTube as well, so plenty of content. We have thousands of VODs on YouTube as we've been casting on a daily basis since like 2019. It's a lot of content, a lot of casting, a lot of StarCraft. So if you're interested, you can follow us there. Otherwise, if you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. You can help fund and help support our weekly tournaments. Events like Sparkling Tunic Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Master Sword Open. The events are all funded via Patreon. So a shout out to all the patrons that we do have currently. You can see our goal underneath Estrella's name as currently how much we make a month via Patreon, and our next goal as well to grow the prize pool and boost our events. So if you're interested, if you want to support StarCraft, you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, following us is all that we ask. And enjoy the casting. Enjoy. Just catching up. Hyper... God damn it. Hyper 1 just redeemed a replay cast. Hyper 1. Ay. Calm down, Bobby. Calm down. Next stream. We'll get on some Hyper 1 replays. Oh no. Hold on, I'll DM Hyper 1. SMH. But yeah, with that, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate the support here. And again, follow us if you're interested. If you enjoy the content, do hit that follow button. Otherwise, now would be a good time to sleep. I did not sleep much at all today, but at the same time, we could ladder a little bit. We could have a cheeky ladder session. So if you're interested, I'm going to be going live on my personal channel, light_VIP. I'm going to be laddering at least for a couple of hours. Again, we don't really have... I have a really hard time finding time to ladder just because we're casting so much. But I should have some time today. So we can ladder for a couple of hours. We can smudge. I'll be honest, I am pretty tired. I'm not all there, so I don't expect too much green on that in that ladder session, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Aye. We'll do our best. So yeah, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. I'm gonna be heading off. Gonna be streaming for a couple of hours. If you're interested, you can follow us. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for Code for Giants Cup. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. Hasta luego.